1, 2, 1, 2, 1, 2. TOM, teachers of Maat. Who am I today? The scribe, been forever, but the name changes with the times. I come from a place where space is home. I go into realms where your face is gone. A change gon' come. As a teen, hypnotized deep in a sleep, party and slumber. 11 life path number, a life of death that's rebirth. Recall realities to reemerge. Soul purge, I'll lend you frequency like loan words. Before I teach, I'll spit a poem first. Step on stage, set the stage, car walking, set ablaze, divine fire. The body is divine attire, sown from words. Sound frequency, awakening dreams. Don't pinch me every day I wake up, it's a home birth. Start from zero to become the heroes. Cycles of time causes expansion of mind. Potential is exponential. Gain XP, what your power made of. I've had to face self, face to fate, a double fate. What will I make of the present? I'm just trying to pet heaven. Twice great, 2 arms up is none to wave. It's nothing to wave. God separate the waters from the waters. Genesis 1 and 6. See, that source is thousands of years prior to a Bible even existing. It's called the pet word for heaven. Watchers of noon, primordial, pre-ordered, bringing order in order. Its law the scales will represent. A double gift, read present, Ray is present. Ra, amen to the God inside. The crown will glow as consciousness grows. So what assignment are you on? Bodies from walking. I do my best to do my best. Lead with the left, heart out my chest. By a step out of the flesh. On my crown is the Ramesses, corona shining. I do my best to do my best. Lead with the left, heart out my chest. By a step out of the flesh. On my crown is the Ramesses, corona shining. Serpent mind winding in alignment. Straight from Orion, the origins. Dig into the root, Chem originals. The oracle speaking, your aura is gleaming. The sons of God, Amen Ra. Who can't afford a reason to fall below your own means, meaning reaching beyond the firmament ceiling. I see linguistics tricking us deep into sleeping. The way we live inception, I must be dreaming. Doubles, double L, square root, mirrors, reverse the image. My grip is slipping. Almost forgot the point of the mission. Statements point out all the contradictions. Blatant truth lives where my eye is foundation. Yeah. Co-founded a nation. Dictionary study spells can be scary. Etymology, this here is completion. Cycle circles, dualism, wisdom. I peddle flowers. 2 eyes are watching to see through the double realm I'm healing. Never out of what's within him. Infinite reasons, just like my brother Arcad. Always remain calm against demons. Death culture, to be alive here, it's a lie here. They crossed us into thinking that death isn't living. The lies are falling through my palms, arm wide, holes in my hand. The Pope's in command, I demand the throne back. Ancient teachings, I'm a throwback. Picture that, see this moment here is Kodak. So black, I see through lies. Why they hold that? Ocean motions, I'm flowing through noon in the boats of consciousness. My tongue is rolling, planting seeds, sowing. Knee of speaking, untangled quantum DNA, spitting frequencies. I hear Christians scream hallelujah, and this ain't that the name of God is God. I must bring the order back, the scales are tipping. In the court of Allah, moonshine, Tahuti is Yah. This here is Patah, bulldozing, the one chosen. Focus, when the light hits you, just open like lotus. Melt your mind when in mind time is frozen. Blow minds, my mind is golden. Coat me in gold, I've got a gold coat round me like I'm Tutankhamen. Like his when you spell my name, put 3 lines in. Scribe, presenting the law's findings. Who's he? I me, an echo of Tehuti. Yes, I do my best to do my best. Lead with the left, heart out my chest. By step out of the flesh. On my crown is the Ramesses, corona shining. We do our best to do our best.
this is the whole purpose of actually doing the Menetta class on the Purim HERU, was to get everybody in the mind state of Hika, because the Purim HERU is a book of Hika. It's a book of magic. It's a book of immortality, out-of-body experiences. It's a book of several spells. It is all about the other realm and its connection to this realm and how you can merge the two. So I just never allowed the questions of actual ritual or magical practice other than the one-on-one. You'll see it looks like a sieve. Everybody know what a sieve is?
No.
A sieve is like a strainer. You can pour rice on it and only the water will go through, or you separate. It's like a screen. You pour something on it and it separates things. Thinner aspects can go through the K. Today's equivalent is a K or a Q. So we have Kes, which is bone, body, skeleton. The inner part of you that actually produces the blood within the bone marrow. So it's flesh and blood, which is bones, which is the Kes. So here, Kes ties in again is homage. Kes. Whether it's spelled like that or spelled like any of the other 20 ways that the beautiful thing with the men. Where this came from, and how Venus associates with an actual shining planet, and how that became the Lucifer of Christianity, which is the Luic cipher, the encircled light, which sometimes can be Venus, and sometimes can be the Kenti was the royal area of the beginnings. That's where the modern day Greek historians say that men came. That when they went and talked to the so-called Ethiopians, they said that that Kemet was an area reestablished.
There is no spoon.
Trinity soliloquy. A path less taken, no one sits adjacent. Stand on your square was before the Masons. See how 3 3s control just like the degree. Flow, fire. 3 2 is the point where you froze. Eyes closed, yet I can still see. Show actions alongside your speech. Spoke words of magic to unwind what's happened. Alighted in angled ones with slight curves. The nerve of them to think they could use my magic on me. I'm consciousness of the original land of the Trinity. KHEMEN. Maat is the owl of sight. What's dark to you is light to me. All I see are 3s. I lift veils like my child is a bride to be. Triangles not yet explored. Lead with left, right is flat on the floor. 90 degrees, V's, ascension up, scale, lean on lines like Google activist. HENU was original black fist, res erection. HENU is also the phallus. I point out and spit life into the womb. Portals, that's the first matrix. Mother goddesses give praises. Vision acute for the ones obtuse. Appoint me to the source of anointing. Apply oil under spells when raising a Bible. Just go spell. Numbers creating angles, geometric language. Travel up ladders with these letters. Gematria. These words aren't adding up for the better. Chanting in mirrors. Ua, sin, kemet. 1, 2, 3. This art has no limit. No cap, don't need a degree. This is a collage of knowledge applied. But I guess it's dumb to be wise and speak. Freemason is 9-6. That's 15. 1 plus 5 is 6. That's 3, sex, hex. They have them thinking a man was supposed to bleed for your life to be eternal. Please wake up and rise. Res, God is within thee. This isn't belief. Menstrual moon cycles. Yah is the name of Tehuti. ABCs. The alpha beta has them in a spell that they can't see. Silent K's. G's disappear with no knowledge. They hide their hands, rock, stone, and trees. The illusion is that they feel free. Feel free. Scribal SESHions Volume 1. For the record. Open your eye in alignment with time and you'll see the truth like it's a physical thing. From the darkness I arise, so it's not a surprise when you learn of the light that I bring. As above, so below, I find a rhythm and flow as I grow with the pendulum swing. This is the matrix where everyone's faking they sleep here in life while we wake up in dreams. Shedding the skin like a serpent, this work makes it worth it. Attaining a purpose while searching internal, examine what all is in me. Most will not make it, so can I take it? Reality shaking, you've seen what I've seen. Reap what you sow with the weavers of speech, achievers, and this is the read 'em and weed. You cannot read them, vibrations that none of them speak. Walk a metal netter, light as feather is heavy to learn that your will isn't free. Natural willing, I continue to lead with my ebas. I'm sweeping my consciousness clean. Training in realms that are unseen, my aura is summing, set fire to all of the fiends. Stand on my octave is all seeing, I we supply 93, that means we are supreme. Healing through tones on my senses, connecting and this year, wealthy is health, this is green. This is illusion, reality veiled in delusion. Thoughts become intrusive, it's foolish to not know by now that it ain't what it seems. This is way more than belief. I see clearly the lies. My six senses of sight are hypnotized. No wonder everyone sleeps. It's time to set off the alarm. The performance and form. Don't you know you're a star? God in human form and you rise with the beast. More than man. Bread in my hand, that's the Lord in hand. Heard what I said, Lord, live in the man. Light is sought after, it's in the man. Come from the inundation lands. Light is sought after, it's in the man. Come from the inundation lands. We ain't the same man. Record keeper. Seeing the state of the planet, the damage, the famines expanding beyond your belief. I see they landed, they've handed the people a cannon and aiming it right at your feet. Blowing the hole where you're standing, creating the panic. The tactical planning is deep. Teaching you only a man and the God is in heaven, the seventh outside of your reach. If you're the question, they'll call you a manic, frantic, erratic, depression, demonic. When you're teaching through the magical speech, they'll call you serpent, the one in the garden. Pardon my knowledge for having the knowledge and prowess to see. He really told the truth to Adam and Eve. You'll have to think between good and evil if you eat of the fruit of the tree. Now you're a god, open your eye, cleansing yourself so that now you can see. They stole the stories and twisted them like it's a spliff. They put the fire to leaves, I put the fire to speech. I put the fire to heat. We don't do liars and thieves, they just desire to greed. This is my record to keep, this is my throne. You cannot sit in my seat, and I command it. I give more than 10 commandments. This is the law of attraction, and we have infinite stamina. My stage is where I'm standing. This is my eye, God is in me. I only keep goddesses with me. They are the magical beings, they are the holy ones, birthing the gods. We're overcoming the odds. We are the even and odd. They're in the odds, we're in the all. Ancestors answer my prayers, forever grateful. I will forever say thank you. Inspiration to awake the sleepers. Record keeper, more than man. Bread in my hand, that's the Lord in hand. Heard what I said, Lord, live in the man. Light is sought after, it's in the man. Come from the inundation lands. Light is sought after, it's in the man. Come from the inundation lands. We ain't the same man. Record keeper, more than man. Bread in my hand, that's the Lord in hand. Heard what I said, Lord, live in the man. Light is sought after, it's in the man. Come from the inundation lands. Light is sought after, it's in the man. Come from the inundation lands. We ain't the same man. Record keeper.
You and your family health and prosperity. May your monument be established on the foundations of Maat, and may you rise and come forth as conscious light, like the divine Ra, who rise and shine forever on Maat.
I look outside in awe, I see our people double-minded. People meaning creature, don't ignore the signage. Voices lead, though flying silent. Observation with my eye open eyelid. Look outside and all I see are people double-minded. People meaning creature, don't ignore the signage. Voices lethal, flying silent. Observation with my eye open eyelid. I am him, king, crown, rings, Nesu, I am in. Mindset of when fighting jins. Sword, swing, samurai, I am Shem. Suhor, son of Heru, I am him. King, crown, rings, Nesu, I am in. Mindset of when fighting jins. Sword, swing, samurai, I am Shem. Suhor, son of Heru. Words powerful, Hekau. See proof, you can feel the roots. Gone, just look up, I am proof. Breaking doors down, make some room. But I is now speaking through me and trust me.
Hotep, welcome to the House of ATEN. Study Guide Sundays, Ancient Tehuti and Teachings of the Heru presents From Darkness. Scribal SESHions number 7, presented by the great PTAH ATEN TEHUTI. Before we begin and introduce the great brothers on the panel, we will begin as we do every week with our beautiful affirmation. On the count of 3, 1, 2, 3. Unki and Maat, Un-Ns, Nintet or Set in Maat, Min Hepapet in Maat, Per in Hiukiwi, Per Ikut. I live for Maat. I exist within her. I do not speak in the place of Maat. Every day I advance towards Maat. My being is surrounded in darkness. I come forth as conscious light. Welcome everybody, peace and love. I am the mighty ATEF Remkem Maat. I am the Techetu. I'm the esteemed steward of the venerable House of ATEN. As a devoted disciple of the master teacher, the illustrious Tehuti Amenhotep Ra, I proudly undertake the role of the sagacious host for this weekly gathering within the sacred halls of the House of ATEN. Here we delve into the profound teachings that illuminate the path of Maat. In the sacred sanctuary of the House of ATEN, I guide fellow seekers on a journey of enlightenment and understanding, drawing from the wellspring of ancient wisdom. Our gatherings are profound explorations into the depths of truth, meticulously deciphered through the lens of ancestral artifacts and the profound teachings bestowed upon us by the great Tehuti Amenhotep Ra. My commitment to the pursuit of wisdom extends beyond the confines of our weekly gatherings. As a true-hearted devotee of truth, I strive to embody the essence of Maat in all aspects of life. Expressing unwavering love for my people, my soul resonates with the harmonious frequencies of the Medu Nefer. I stand as a loyal guardian of Maat, steadfastly defending the sacred principles that govern our existence within the House of ATEN. Next, we have the mighty Primordial Thought 9. Primordial Thought 9 is a seeker of divine wisdom, the wisdom with universal structure, the wisdom that remains the same from every perspective, the wisdom that adapts to any interaction, the wisdom that creates silence, the wisdom that sustains the House of ATEN. Next, we have the mighty Menkhu Meri Maat. Menkhu Meri Maat is a student of the master teacher Saba Tehuti Amenhotep Ra and a follower of Maat. Menkhu is the head, the festivities organizer in the House of ATEN, cultural enlightenment advisor and teacher, developer of the Pathways to Awakening, a director and producer of documentaries, researcher of ancient civilizations, and a researcher of the knowledge of spells. And our presenter for today is the mighty ATEN Tehuti. PTAH ATEN TEHUTI. PTAH ATEN TEHUTI is a teacher of knowledge, a spoken word artist, a creator, awakening the sleepers and healing the chosen ones through sound vibrational tones and conscious thought. The Sob, the wisdom door opener, the lead organizer of the House of ATEN movement. Welcome everybody to the House of ATEN Study Guide Sundays. Peace and love. What's up, great brothers?
Man, you phenomenal at that. You great, ATEF. They ain't got nothing on you, man. You're a wonderful announcer.
Tua, great brother. Tua, how y'all brothers doing, man?
Hey, feeling fantastic, man. We here for another Scribal Sessions
Definitely.
from the darkness.
Number 7, brother.
Number 7 of them things.
Scribal Sessions number 7, brother. Can't forget the 7. You see the 7 on the hat. Peace and love, Menkhu. How you brothers doing?
Hotep, doing good, doing great, doing wonderful, doing excellent. This weather's breaking where I'm living. It's warm. It was in the 80s today. I'm very happy about that.
That's great, brother. It's 80 always down here. It's 80 every day. I thought about going to the pool, but my voice is, I'm having a little trouble with my vocals, but I appreciate that, brother. Peace and love to everybody in the chat. I see you, Minty Hotep. How you doing, great sister? Peace and love to you. Peace and love to Nefa Keparet. Peace and love to you, great sister. Peace and love to everybody in the Rumble. Peace and love to everybody in Rumble. I see we streaming to multiple platforms. Streaming to the Facebook. Peace and love to everybody on the Facebook platform that's checking in with us. Peace and love to everybody that look like Twitch. I'm not familiar with all the socials, but look like X and Twitch. Peace and love to you. You know, we growing brick by brick. The house of ATEN. Hotep. Who else we got in the chat? I see the great Anu, the great moderator. Peace and love to you, great brother. Peace and love to MKD Podcast. Peace and love to you. I see you out there, great supporter. Peace and love to Gabriel Lopez. Peace and love. We got a lot of people in the chat. Peace and love to Ox Effect. Peace and love to you. We got to give everybody adoration. Peace and love to the great stranger, the name of the moderators. Peace and love to you, great brother. Yeah, we're going to have this one. I'm looking forward to this. We started a little late, but you know, that great brother Ani going to go in. So I'm definitely looking forward to this wisdom. What y'all brothers been up to this weekend?
I just been in them studies, man. Since we didn't have no class, we just went straight to the previous pod classes, just building, taking notes, making sure, you know, we stay on course.
We got to. See somebody new in the chat. We got Santos Flow. Peace and love to you, great brother. Or sister, whoever you are. I'm not familiar with that. Yeah, I'm definitely looking forward to this. Hope the brother get his internet working right so we could build, because it's gonna be a good one. You know, we need that. We need that wisdom. We need that good Maat wisdom. That brother always come forth with Nefa teachings. So I'm definitely looking forward to it. I got my pen and paper right here. I'm ready. Yes. Menkhu, what you been up to, great brother?
Just taking care of business, just keeping things moving, just studying. I got a new book. A friend gave me a book. Hold on, let me see if I can find it. I got a new book. They've had it for a long time. Well, I got two. So they gave me this one. It's Cult of the Sun. And then I got another book somewhere around here. It's a book from Budge. So I'm excited to read some more books. My book collection is growing. So everything is beautiful. Everything is wonderful.
Hold that book up one more time. Let me see that, brother.
Okay, I found the other one. Cult of the Sun. And then I got this book.
Where'd you get that from, brother?
Egyptian Hieroglyphic Reading Book for Beginners, E.A. Wallach Budge. A friend of mine gave me this book, gave me these books. They had it in their crib for a long time. I was telling them about Maat and the pod class.
Hold up the second one, real quick, brother.
This one? Wait.
Yeah, that one. Yeah, pull it back just a little bit. I'm trying to see if I got that one. Okay, all right. I took a screenshot of it. I have 2 of them, but mine has a gray cover, but that one looked fat, brother. I mean, mine don't look that big. That thing got some chunk to it. Cult of the Sun, Myth and Magic in Ancient Egypt. Okay, who's the author for that one?
I think this
the first one was Bud. Who is that one?
Rosalie David.
Okay. 2 are for that. You know, I'm making note. I'm trying to have all the books, brother. I'm trying to get all the knowledge. I'm trying to learn. So definitely.
This book is about Akhenaten, so this is beautiful.
The second one?
This one.
Oh, okay.
Let me read the foreword a little bit. It says, Cult of the Sun is an engrossing study of myth and magic in ancient Egypt. It reveals in breathtaking detail how the Sun cult, which had dominated Egyptian religious beliefs since the Old Kingdom, century 4,500 years ago, flourished with an unparalleled radiance during the reign of Amenhotep IV, later Akhenaten. It explains how an unshakable belief in the supernatural harnessed the mind and spirit of Egypt's various populations, leading that civilization to one of its grandest epochs. Pharaohs aside, the Sun and the Nile were the only 2 masters of ancient Egypt. The pulsating energies of these 2 natural forces and the uses to which they were put, physically and spiritually, enabled Egypt to attain a magnificence that had never before been witnessed in the civilized world. Author Rosalie David traces the growth of this wealthy and hedonistic society, its grandeur and excesses, its customs and architect, from the earliest time to the reign of the fanatical and obsessive Akhenaten, 1350 BC, whose religious revolution established the one and only God, the God of the Sun. Generously illustrated and well-researched, Cult of the Sun reveals many of Egypt's mysteries, but suggests that many more are bound to be uncovered in years to come. Bang, bang. You on mute, ATEF.
I say I gotta get that one, brother. That sounds interesting.
Yeah, I just somebody just gifted me this, so I'm excited.
What a beautiful gift, brother.
Yeah.
That book you gave me was great too. I'm reading that too, along with I think it's Awakening Osiris. I'm reading that, and it's another one that I wanted to read about the Dogons, because I'm not that familiar, other than what the little bit that Saba touched on. But I hear a lot about. Man, listen, I want to learn everything. I want to know everything. So I'm trying to read everything. But there's another one about the Dogons. I'm trying to see if I can find it. And then there's another one that I had in my library. I just be stumbling on these books. I got this folder with a bunch of books in there. I think I shared it with you. But I have a lot more now. But yeah, they said if you want to hide something put it in a book. So, I'm trying to read all the books.
Yeah, definitely. I'm very interested in the Dogon too, and Mali as well, because they said they were able to understand and know things about astronomy and the planets and the stars, and they didn't have any telescopes, no technology. So they like, how are they able to know what they know? Some people believe, what I heard is that people from Kemet migrated to Mali and took parts of the culture with them, but I don't know if that's a fact, but that's what I heard.
Yeah, and you know what? I had never even heard of it until I heard Saba speak on it. I'm just being real. I'm brand new to this, and I had never heard of the Dogon tribe or anything about that until I heard Saba speak on it. And matter of fact, I think it was someone else that had said it first, and then I think he commented on it. But yeah, I'm completely unfamiliar, so I definitely gotta get my study on with that.
Yeah, I'm looking at a map. I'm trying to see how close in proximity is Mali to Egypt. I think they're pretty close together. Philosophy Podium, a Dogon perspective by Neba Lavusa. I can't pronounce the last name. Okay, I'm gonna check that out. To a brother for sharing that in the chat. Santos Flow. Peace for that. There he is. Ani Patah, welcome back, great brother.
Back up there. Let me see what that book was. Philosophy Podium, Dogon Perspective. Okay. Yeah, I'm definitely gonna check that out. 2 out for that. Santos Flow.
Yes.
Hotep. Okay, let me come to the screen.
Hotep, you back on, brother? Your internet working?
Yeah, I'm back. I'm back good. I guess I was overloading the computer.
So who the overdrive? Come on now. Of course you was. We
Somebody
share,
get that man a backup generator.
Yeah, we share books, brother. What's we need a book. I mean, you go recommend us a book right now. We need a book, brother. We talking books till you came back.
Put
You
you
need
on
a
the
book
spot.
suggestion. Yeah, right now. Look, that's where we at.
Okay.
Just throw something out there. It don't matter what it is, brother.
Okay, I'll give you a book that helped inspired a lot of the research that I'm going into now, which is the ancient Egyptian books of the afterlife by Eric Ung.
Can you show it? Can you put it on the screen?
Yes, I'll put it on
You
the
got
screen.
it. Oh, you know what else, Menkhu? It's a book called Orishas, the ultimate guide to African Orisha, deities and their presence in Yoruba, Santeria, Voodoo, and Hoodoo, along with an explanation of Diliogun divination by Maria Silva. That's what I wanted to see that. I have that one, and I opened it, but I never got a chance to start reading it. Yeah, but the Dogons and just stuff that I hadn't, names and things that I'm just unfamiliar with. This is why the stories, the writings of our ancestors are so important to me, because I'm completely unfamiliar, and I'm not ashamed to say it. I don't know. That's power in that, So 2 out for them great books, those great book suggestions, Menkhu, and to you, Santos Flow, thank you for that. I'm definitely gonna check that out. This is how I got here. Saba was naming books, and I just started writing them down, and I just started checking for them. So 2 out for all of those great suggestions.
And you got your own library, man. You cutting up.
I'm trying, bro, because I have a whole bunch of like music and movies and all of that, and I have a nice library of books, but not nearly as much music as I have, and not nearly as much movies as I have. I want that in knowledge. I don't want it in the myths and the fairy tales. So I'm just I saw I don't know what it was. It was one of them shows. I don't know if it was Olivia Pope or one of them shows on TV, and there was a lawyer, and the whole background was a bookshelf that they would go and meet in. And I used to tell my mate, like, I want my back wall to look like that. I want that many books in my house. You got it, Ani? You on mute, brother. You on mute, great brother.
Here's the book I'm talking about right here. It's a great book. It gives you all of the extra text outside of just the Perm Heru of the.
Okay, Eric by Eric who?
Eric Horn. It's translated. It was originally in German.
Okay, 2 out for that, great brother.
Yes, and a great place to get books for a good price is it's called abebooks.com, and you can get a lot of great books from there. You know, if you buy them new, it can be hundreds of dollars, but if you go to Abe Books, you can get them used. And you know, I get a lot of used books because they're still in great condition. But yeah, it's a great book, and I'll be going into some of that today. Yeah, ABE
book. Okay, I see it.
Mm-hmm.
2 out for that, brother.
Yes, Nini Ook.
I mean, you got that Patah blue on. I see you got that Patah blue. You ready to go?
Let's go.
Yo, let's go.
All right, let's get into it. Hotep, Henu Ma'akaru. Let me get my YouTube. Let me get the YouTube up so I can link or pin some of the links to the top, and then we'll get ready to get into some information. All right. Yeah, Tua Anu, he put the link to it in archive. Tua for that. All right, let me pin here. Okay. Peace and love, everyone. Glad to see you all. Glad to see you all here with us. houseofaten.org. I'm gonna go over a couple things before I get into the class. Firstly, I want to make sure that everyone here and everyone who's watching on the playback, hope you all are having a fantastic evening and have had a great weekend. And so now it's time to get into some information, sending Henu to the great Saba Tehuti as he is concluding up his transition back from the asbestos situation that he's been within. So sending Henu to him and his Aut. So peace and love. And okay, so yes, let me make sure I share this. This is houseofaten.org, and we are built around a reciprocity system, Maat, Mekait, to make sure that the scales remain balanced. We appreciate everyone who supports the House of Aten, and we give you a metanetter title, which is called the Meru, which means a supporter or a partisan, which the root word for Meru is Mer, which means love. It also means water, which we'll be getting into today. So if you all support what you all are receiving, if you learn something new, if you appreciate all the time and energy that goes into bringing forth these classes and the movement as a whole, the organization, you can help to support us by utilizing these links, Cash App and PayPal, and they're pinned to the top of the chat. They're also in the description box, and it's also scrolling across the bottom of the screen. So please utilize those links. Okay, let me go to houseofaten.org. I definitely want to show this before I go in. And so now we have the website ready for everyone, and it's live, it's open. So this is where you come for all things House of Aten. There's a lot to go through here, and I went through it in the we had a Discord celebration release for the website in Discord on Friday, and I went through everything in detail. So just take your time going through it. There's plenty here, and we have some wonderful merchandise for everyone here. So if you go to shop, we have accessories, custom suitcase, desk mats, phone cases, and apparel, short sleeve, long sleeve hoodie, sweatshirts, ones like you see here. I have a blue signature tee on, right? In which you all can and now get. So it's a wonderful, beautiful thing. So Tuan Hinu for everyone who is already utilizing the website and making purchases, and everyone who is participating in what we have. So we have plenty of colors, and eventually I will be putting on this section here, the meta-netta words for these colors, but all of that takes time. So this is the initial release, and it is up and running for everyone. So there was a lot of time and energy that went into building this. So please go here and support. And right here is Hotep points, and this is a system, a loyalty system that was created to give back to the supporters. And so here we have the Hotep points. For every dollar you spend, you get 1 point. For every 100 points, you get 10% off of your purchase. So it's very easy to get 10% off, and you can accumulate those. So utilize the system when you sign up here and you create an account. You'll get 150 points automatically. And then here in the loyalty point section, here's a bunch of ways to also earn more points by leaving reviews from your purchases that you make. Definitely employ everyone to leave reviews. It helps us and encourages others to also leave reviews. Reviews are a huge thing for anyone who knows or anyone who purchases anything online. We always look at the reviews first. So for everyone who's purchasing, please leave reviews. And you can follow us on all our social platforms, which are right here on the right side. The middle is the link tree, where you will find all of these social links in one place, and you'll get 50 points for each follow that you give. So you can accumulate a lot of points here just initially. And here is the cha, the arm, the T, which means to give. And this is giving back points, which is utilized as a system of reciprocity for everyone who supports us, because we love and honor our supporters. Okay, so you can read over this. Here is the House of Aten membership. You can read through this. And so Hinu, to those who are taking advantage of becoming a member of the House of Aten, Tuan Hinu to you. We are also working on transitioning all of our current members over to this system here. So all of our KHERU, if you are already a KHERU, please go here and go ahead and make a purchase for whichever tier or level that you want. And for those of you who are already paid up, I will go in the system and I will make your renewal date to where it's supposed to be. But I need everyone to first just go here and choose a tier, so that way I can go ahead and do that. So all of the KHERU, please go ahead and do that. And again, here's our social media. And I also have, I'm putting up exclusive discussion debates with the great Saba Tehuti. I just released one here on YouTube with his first conversation that he had with Jabari Osaze prior to going to Sonetter. So if you all have seen the Sonetter debate, you see where they start, where again, Jabari just speaks about how hot the sun is and how it can't be on someone's head. Well, the entire conversation leading up to how it got to that point is right here. And this was something that was released to the Patreon and to the YouTube members, those who are members of the YouTube, which is separate from the KHERU. So go ahead and, but I'll release this for everyone, so everyone can enjoy this here. But here is our Patreon and our YouTube membership. So you can go here, and again, I'm posting a bunch of conversation and discussions and debates that Great Sabbath Tahuti is having. And here's one with Yasha Ben Israel here on the Patreon, which is just a $5 a month membership for all of this exclusive teachings. And we're going to be putting up a lot of great exclusivity for all of our great KHERU, all of our great members who support all of our platforms. So Hotep Henu for everyone who is, again, supporting and participating in all of what we're doing, so we can continue to expand. Here is the pod class section, starting with the Great Sabbath Tahuti, the Tahuti pod class. This is the only platform online dedicated to the students and the questions that are asked. To have your questions answered on the Tahuti pod class, send in your support with the question attached. And here is his Cash App and PayPal link, where you can just click that, send in your question, and Sabbath Tahuti will get to your question and do what he does so beautifully, and bring that forward. And I also have all of our classes here, my Scribal session classes, and we have support links for each person too, if you just want to support each person individually. The YouTube playlist, Menkhu Ara Meri Maat, Tefrim Kim Maat here, Primordial Thought 9, he's starting his classes here, and here's his support link, and the ancient literature readings. So everything is nice and organized for everyone. Okay. And lastly, here's home and living. We have some bathroom stuff, some bathroom mats, as well as shower curtains and beach towels. And these are the first designs that we're bringing forth, the House of Aten, and we will be bringing new designs to all of these items as well. So we will be the home and hub for all things Natiru, so we can again begin to imbue, as we always have and as we teach. So here's notebooks. All of the scribes definitely need to get this notebook with the Hekau on it, with the House of Aten, with the Purim HERU on it. Utilize this for your daily sessions. Okay. So yes, this is all I'll go through right now. Useful sources. Here's some great books that you all can download for free or study here on the website. Dictionaries, Introduction to the Language, Purim HERUs, the Literature of Ancient Egypt, and we'll be adding more sources here, but there's a lot here. So yes, Hotep and Tua to everyone who's supporting. Join the House of Aten, join us, become a member, become a KHERU. There's a lot of benefits. Just read through the join us section, and yes, Hotep, it's a beautiful thing. So Tua everyone. Okay, and I will show once I conclude the class, I'll go through and show all of the support. So Tua for everyone who's sending in support and supporting us. You know, this is there's a lot that goes into what we build, and so we appreciate and love each and every one of you who participate in that. So the links are again posted to the top of the chat, so please utilize those links. And yes, I'll go ahead and get started. If you all don't have any announcements that you want to speak about before I start.
Do your thing, Ani. Take us out of the darkness.
Yes. All right. So let me share the screen. Let me make sure this is correct here. Let me get my teaching tones here. Let me get my teaching tones. All right. Set the vibe. I got the Kesbet Patah Blue on. Got the blue light behind me. So let's get into it. Everyone hit the like button. Everyone hit subscribe. Make sure you have the notification bell set to all. Hit that join button, and yeah, let's get into it. Okay. All right. Here we go. Let me make sure everyone can see the screen. Yes.
I mean, that's fire. You got to email me that. I got to put that on the wall. That's fire. That's fire. That's fire.
Too hot, great brother. So yes, I got you. I'll email it to you. So this is From the Darkness, Scribal SESHions, class number 7. Class number 7, Safek, which means to be calm. Okay. And so yes, let us begin. So these images that I use in my presentations here, these are actual images, and most of the time I use them from the James Webb telescope and the camera images that come from that. So there's some beautiful, powerful images from that that I utilize for, again, Hekau, and to also just tell the story of the class that I am presenting and bringing forth to everyone. So again, this is From the Darkness.
Open your eye in alignment with time and you'll see the truth like it's a physical thing. From the darkness I arise, so it's not a surprise when you learn of the light that I bring.
All right. From the darkness, I have come to lighten the darkness. Ina or seshep kekiu. From the Perma. From the darkness I arrive, so it's not a surprise when you learn of the light that I bring. So out of the darkness we begin. Let me make this larger. There we go. Creation is a vast topic that most question at some point within their lives. For those of us who grew up within the Abrahamic Bible, the very first story you read is one of creation. So for those of us who grew up with this piece of literature, as soon as you open it, Genesis chapter 1, verse 1, you start to read about creation. And you get the biblical narrative as to what occurred. Right. So for me personally, I was always fascinated with creation in itself and how things come into being, and the root, and getting to the root of any and everything, finding out how that became what it has became. And so here in Genesis chapter 1, verse 1, in the beginning, God did what? He created the heaven and the earth. Verse 2, and the earth was without form and void, and darkness was upon the face of the deep, and the Spirit of God moved upon the face of the waters. And yes, let me give a Hotep Henu to everyone who is on all of our platforms, on Facebook, YouTube, Twitch, Twitter, which is now X, Rumble. So we're streaming on all these platforms simultaneously. So Hotep Henu to everyone on all these platforms. So yes, the earth was without form and void, and darkness was upon the face of the deep, and the Spirit of God moved upon the face of the waters.
So the oldest available attestation of this verse is from the Dead Sea Scrolls, which is dated to 100 to 1 BCE. And so I went to the Leon Levy Dead Sea Scrolls Digital Library. Here, Genesis 4Q Genesis G, date 100 to 1 BCE, late Hasmonean period in the what they call the Hebrew language. So this isn't my date. This is the Dead Sea Scrolls Digital Library's date of this. And so here is the actual piece of the Dead Sea Scroll, what they call the Dead Sea Scroll, right here for you. And I'll put the English and the Hebrew transliteration to go alongside the English. So this can also be verified. All right, so I have it going exactly as it is written here. In the beginning, created God the heaven and the earth, which is this line here. As you can just match up the Hebrew here. All right, this is and the heaven. Of the waters, the earth and the Spirit of God moved upon the face of the waters. And so the actual part of, and the darkness was upon the face of the deep is missing from this. So it continues to keep going here, but as you see, it's cut off here and then it starts back here. So, but this is Genesis chapter 1, verse 1 here in the Dead Sea Scrolls, the oldest available attestation of Genesis chapter 1 right here. So let us go to the oldest complete attestation of this verse, which is found in the British Library titled Codex Alexandrinus. This document dates to the 5th century CE. So we're going to go to the Codex Alexandrinus, which is in the Center for the New Study of New Testament Manuscripts, is where I got the digitized version here. And here it is, 5th century CE. So in the 400s CE. So dates are important whenever it comes to this kind of information. So we can then begin to trace the source and where it all begins. So if we have these stories of a particular writing in a particular piece of literature, and we can find sources that it may derive from, that's very important information to know. Some people like to do reverse reasoning where, because this right here exists, some people will say that this validates what this is saying from an older source, but that's a reverse reasoning method. This only exists because there is an older source. Because once something exists, it's now there for you to copy. You can either give credit or you cannot. And that's what happens. So here is the Codex Alexandrinus right here. And I have this part highlighted right here in the Greek. Again, this is Genesis chapter 1, verse 1 and 2 in the actual document here. And here again is the transliteration into the Greek. And this specific piece I have highlighted here is the part that I am focused on. And though while the earth be invisible, right, not created, and unequipped and dark upon the abyss and spirit. So the earth is invisible and unequipped. There's a void. There's a darkness upon the abyss here. All right. And darkness is where I started with this highlight part right here and end in abyss right here. Okay. So here are the two oldest pieces of biblical literature that you will find for Genesis. There is another Codex Sinaiticus, which is between 100 years sooner than this one, Alexandrius, but it doesn't have Genesis complete. So there is no Genesis chapter 1. I think it starts at Genesis chapter 21. So there's a lot missing in that one, but this one here, Alexandrinus, has the complete book, 5th century CE. And here is the Dead Sea Scroll, which is just small pieces here and there of what they call the Hebrew, which dates to 100 BCE. Okay. All right. So let me now take you to a source that is 1,100 years before the Dead Sea Scrolls, to the what they call the Cenotaph of Seti I, also known as the Osirion. So some of you may be familiar with the Osirion or the Cenotaph of Seti I, and I showed this in my Flower of Life class, where here is where they have the ochre, famously known flower of life on one of the pillars that was put later in the Roman times. It is here at the Osirion, which is right behind at the rear end of the Perhe, or the temple of Seti I. Okay, so let's go there. And here he is here, Min Ma'at Ra, Seti I, here with Heru and Osar. Let me introduce you to the book of Nut, which is only attested to the Cenotaph of Seti I, and in the Perhe, or the tomb of Rameses IV. So this book of Nut can only be found in 2 different places, and here are the 2 places. All right, so I'm giving you both, and here is Rameses IV, and it's called the Book of Nut. So I know many of you have seen or been familiar with Nut, and you see this image, and there's something particular about this image here that is important to point out, that may be different from the other images of Nut that you may see. So let me come back to the chat and see if you all recognize anything that may be different from this image than the usual images that we see of Nut. All right, so here is on the ceiling of Rameses IV, which is where what they call the sarcophagus, the cuirass. This is above the cuirass. So let me come back to the chat and see if you all recognize anything in particular that's different. If not, that's great too. Just put, no, I don't notice anything out of the unusual, or out of the usual that I normally see when it comes to images of Nut. Okay, let me come back to the chat here. Peace, Guano. Squano Trendon, one of the greatest consistent brothers that support the House of Aten. Henu to you. I see you took Trendon off your name, so we'll just call you Squano. So peace to you, great brother. Big Vapes, Hotep, great brother. Minty Hotep, Tua for your loyalty, hard work, and dedication to our Saba and the movement. Brother Ani with some flowers. Yes. To us, to our great sister Nini Ka, I appreciate you and your appreciation of me. So Tua. All right. Nefer thumbnail as always. Tua to Nefer Keper et. Tua. Okay. Let's get some answers in. Also give a great shout out to my moderator, Anu, who puts all of the links up. So HENU to you, great brother, for your moderation and making sure that everyone has a bridge and a pathway to all of our platforms. So HENU to you, great brother. All right. MKD Podcast says, I don't see Geb. Okay. Oxeffect says, Shu is not point to the fertility organs riding inside Nut, the wing disc coming from the mouth of Nut. Okay. Yep. Neferkeperet says, where Nut legs are looks a bit different than the images I've seen of Mut Nut. Yes, okay. Head of Nut is in different direction. Person not under touching where it should. Okay. It looks like there's a pylon in the back. No, only Geb standing up and color. Okay. Absolutely. Great observations, everyone. And so these are the details that is important to point out because when we just overlook and just look at everything for it just being there, there's a lot of things that can be missed and will be missed because we're so intricately detailed and exact with everything that we do and the stories that we tell. To the normal eye, these things will be missed. And again, everything has a story to be told. So yes, Menkhu Ara says, I see Medu Netter by his knee. Right here. Yep. A lot of intricate details. Yes. Okay, excellent. So yes, all of those are true. So here, we don't see Geb. So Geb is not here in this image. And there's a very, again, particular reason why that is. All right, you see him standing here. And yes, you see the positioning of the hands and different positions than what you normally see. And here we go again. Here's another image, a facsimile of the image that is in SETI, the first CENOTAPH, or the OSIRION, what they call the OSIRION complex. So here's a great facsimile to show all of the details. So you see, now you see a lot of meta-netter, right? See a lot of meta-netter here. All right, and does anyone know who this is? Who this is right here, who's holding up Nut? If you know that, answer in the chat for me if you know who this is right here. So yes, you have one facing this direction. You have another one facing this direction. So these are actually the only two. These are the only two that we have that are like this. There are much later papyruses that begin to speak about this and document what these images are, what the Medu Netter is, and what it means. But as far as it actually being on the walls or on the ceilings, because both of these are on the ceilings and the caress chamber, these are the only two. Okay, Oxeffect says SETI being Shu. Absolutely. Excellent. Shu. This is Shu here. All right. And so here I have a part highlighted that is sitting right on the outside of Nut. So we know and recognize Nut as Pet, or the skies, or the heavens. And if you look inside of her, she has writing all throughout her. right? And you see here, and you see stars here, which are representation of what they call the decans, right? And all of this has medu neter, so they have names. And we're not going to go through, you know, the names of these in this particular class, but all of this can be read, and all of this tells a story and gives description, because we wanted to be exact. We wanted to make sure there's no mistake in what it is that we taught and what it is that we live. So here in her foot, where you see the sun disk, is medu neter, and you have medu neter right here to tell you what this is. Okay, so this is a great piece to study and read, but we're going to read this section here. All right, we're going to read this section here, starting with here, which is the ka bowl and the quail chick, which I know it's a little difficult to see, and here is the pet symbol with the with it hanging down a line, which is for night, and the smawi. So we're going to start here. Okay. West side of roof of sarcophagus chamber, group of nut and shoe. So let us see what this text has to say about darkness and waters. All right. So this is, again, 1200 BCE, 12 to 1300 BCE with SETI the first, which is over 1,000 years before the Dead Sea Scrolls, when it's speaking about darkness and the void of the waters. So we're just gonna go back 1,100 years and see what we brought forth into consciousness about darkness and waters. So let us begin to read what is right on the outside of Nut. The uniform darkness, fount of the gods, right? Fount, which again translates into waters, which fount then creates the word fountain, which water comes out of. So the uniform darkness, again, to collect, that's the smawi, to gather together, like the smatawi, the combining or the gathering of the two lands. And this is the gathering of the darkness, the fount of the Natiru, the place from which birds come. This is from her northwestern side up to her southeastern side, open to the DUAT, that is on her northern side. So it's telling you, it's giving you complete, clear and concise explanation of what this is and what this realm is and what it encompasses, right? This is from her northwestern side up all the way to the southeastern side, open to the DUAT, that is on her northern side, right? So all of this on the outside of Nut. All of this on the outside of Nut. So we're going outside of what people know as the skies. With her rear in the east and her head in the west. How these birds exist is with their faces as people and their nature as birds, one of them speaking to the other with the speech of crying. So now we have crying speech, the remech, the rim. So the medu remech, the crying speech, the crying of the birds that exist with faces of people and their nature of birds, which is what we know and recognize as ba, right? Which is a bird, a hawk body with the face of the person whose ba it is. And here it said that they are speaking to each other in the medu remech, right? So another word for the language. After they come to eat plants and to get nourished in the black land, alighting under the brightness of the sky, then they change into their nature of birds. How the upper side of the sky exists is in uniform darkness. The southern, northern, western, and eastern limits of which are unknown, these having been fixed in the waters in inertness. Okay. So here we have in the book of Nut, in the temple or the Osirion complex or the CENOTAPH of SETI the first, in the ceiling, where it's speaking about the upper side of the sky exists in uniform darkness. This is outside of Nut, because this is what's being read on the outside. The southern, northern, western, and eastern limits of which are unknown. There's no known to the limits. These having been fixed, they're fixed in waters, in inertness. Inertness meaning to be still. So in the still waters that aren't moving, it's inert. There is no light of the Ram there. He does not appear there. A place whose south, north, west, and east land is unknown by the gods or the Akus, there being no brightness there. So again, it's unknown. The limits are unknown, and it's not even known by the Natiru. It's not known by the Ox, which is what all of the aspects of the conscious soul coming together after the transitioning of the body of the Khat to become an Ak, an Aku, a light, a spirit. It's unknown. This is a place unknown to the Ak. This is a place unknown to the Natiru. There being no brightness there. Remember, we're outside of Nut, in the darkness, in the inert waters. So already we have, already with this, it's far more detailed, right? Then, and darkness was upon the face of the deep, and the Spirit of God moved upon the face of the waters. That's all the information you get in this biblical creation story. And that always never sat right with me on how fast, if one reads the beginning of Genesis, how fast it runs through creation, which never made sense to me. Like this should be very extensive. It shouldn't be, you know, just 1, 2, 3, ABC. And so, of course, it makes sense once you go to the source and you have the real teachings of what this is, and it's not just a very, this ain't even diluted. This is just what the Bible brought forth is, I don't even know a word to describe how much they took away from the teachings to simplify and just give this very small creation account. So here we're going to get into it. Having been fixed in the waters in inertness, a place whose south, north, west, and east land is unknown by the Natiru and Ox, there being no brightness there. And as for every place void of sky and void of land, that is the entire DUAT. That is the entire DUAT. Every place void of sky and void of land. And so that is what is written here. So it's giving you a description of what this is outside of her. So here we see that there is a void outside of Nut that is unknowable to Ox and even the Natiru, the uniform or collective darkness fount of the gods. All right, and so here I took the metanetter over there and showed you the words in the dictionary. This is a dictionary by Dickinson, a Middle Egyptian dictionary. And here is, again, Keku. Keku, which is just like in the how I began right here. I have come to light in the darkness. Shep Keku. So here it is, darkness. And that is this here, Keku. And Keku Smawi, which is this right here, the Smawi. which means twilight. Without the Keku, it means to gather. It means to bring together. So here is the twilight of the darkness. And the Kebu. All right, you see the Ka and the Ba, Ha, U, with the little libation vase with water coming out of it, and it means cold water. Kebu also creates the word for sky, and you see pet here. You see the glyph for pet, for nut, which means sky and cold waters. So this is the twilight of darkness, the primeval darkness of the waters, the cold waters of the sky. Right? And you see it here. And you see pet and you see noon. You see the water waves here and you see the neter axis. I am Osar, Lord of Rastael, Sherith Asar, the scribe Ani, Ma'akaru, with that being who is upon the top of the steps. I have come at the wish of my heart from the pool of the double fire, the Nesert. I have quenched it. Homage to thee, Lord of Seshep, of radiance, of light, at the Kinti, or the head of the great house, or hurt, which you see the head here. Which hurt is another word that we'll get into. And Keku, Smawi. And here it says within night and darkness, which is the primordial darkness, the twilight of the darkness. As we see up here, Keku Smawi, the twilight of the cold waters of the sky. I have come to thee, I am glorious, I am pure. My two hands are behind thee. Thy portion is with thy ancestors, thy tepu. And there's the cha, or the da, which is the glyph I use for hotep points, to give. Thou, to me, my mouth, that I may speak with it. May I follow my heart in its season of fire and cur and night. And you see the same glyph here with the pet and the string, which is night, which is the same glyph used for keku, which means darkness. So we see cur here. We see her, which here is the great house, the het, or the hurt, within the primordial darkness, within the gathered darkness, the twinkle of the night. Utterance 268 of the pyramid text. So I'll take us to the oldest attestation of any spiritual writing of this actual word, these words here. Then this unas leads to the imperishable. The stars are the circumpolar stars. And you all can go back to some of my previous Scribal session classes to learn about the imperishable stars. He crosses to the field of rushes. Those who are in the horizon row for him. Those who are in the cool sky region, the Kebu, right, convey him. So those who are in the cool sky region, right, the cool waters of the sky, convey him. So this is the description of what is right outside of Nut, that vast inert water of darkness. Right, so here are the original true teachings of what Genesis stole and just simplified to it's as simple as it can get. But this information is important so we can return. So this cool primeval dark waters is also what is referenced to hours 2 through 11 in the Book of Gates, which is another set of writings dealing with that which comes after this experience that we're having here upon the land, which again goes back to 12 hours. You got the 12 hours of the day, 12 hours of night, and both of those also take place within Nut. But that would be another class, because I want to make sure to stay focused just on this particular thing, and again, take our time with it so we can begin to understand what the great ancestors wrote and what they left behind to help guide us through our walk and make us as aware as possible when we are at the doorways, right? Here's the book of gates. When we are at the gates, right? I did a false door class of the root, what's called the root, and the double ka door, and all of these gates that we are to come to. And again, it'll lead to reprogramming fear, and why this is something that we have to overcome within this lifetime that we are now experiencing, to be able to take this into the next reality of consciousness outside of the body, so we can know these gates that we are coming to and have the confidence to go through them. So the cool primeval dark waters is also what is referenced to hours 2 through 11 in the book of Gates, a primordial water in which a boat is meant to sail. This is also why in the teachings of the Amduat, the first 3 hours are a water domain, and going into 4th, you will see a dry land. This occurs with the 4th, 5th, 8th, and 12th hours. This is why we have towers in the DUAT. Has anyone ever noticed that when you look at certain images on the wall, you see the boat and you see people towing the boat? Why would we need towers? And for the traveling of the boat, which is of course different forms of consciousness, because there's different names for the boats. The boats transform. The boats, there's many different boats, but this is the information that I'm wanting to bring forth to the community, because no one really teaches on this, and it's because no one's really living it to truly do what's necessary and take the time to go into these writings, learn the language to understand what's being taught and what's being said, because there's so much, the complexities of the stories that we told to help guide us, and being able to take, all of these writings and put them together to have a complete story dedicates, it takes for one to dedicate their life to it, to begin to take in this information and understand it enough to bring it. So this is part of my role as the scribe, to begin to learn this and read it and understand it, to teach it, right? So we're focusing on the book of Nut, and I've started on the book of the Amduat in previous classes. I've started on the book of Amduat in previous classes, in my last 2 classes, with the 10th hour. And I started with the 10th hour for reasons of Heka'u, to begin to show, what the process is of traversing through the Amduat, and the 10th hour being the cleansing of the eye and the reckoning of the calculation of the mathematics, to be given the first eye, again, as you're going through the process to be reborn again. And that being 10 in the Met and the Medu. So it was important that I start with that one, but now I'm going to take it back to 1, which 10 is just 1 again. So as you all may recognize, I'm beginning to take you through a journey of what the great ancestors wrote through our ancestral writings to guide us through our walks. The Purim HERU is a beautiful piece of literature that should be studied and read. But it isn't the only piece that we have. And the Purim HERU is collection of all these writings into papyrus form, you know, because it starts with the pyramid text, and then you get a collection of what they call coffin texts or cuirass texts. And you have all these different books that are on the walls and on the ceilings. So as we begin to read them, and I'm going to read a lot of these stories to you all in this class to just bring that consciousness to you, to show how much we actually taught about this topic, how much we actually taught about this subject. It isn't just 3 lines in a piece of a papyrus that there we have so many attestations of this topic here. And so to just consolidate and gather together to Smawi, to be able to tell a story, to give to you all, to help you to understand, to utilize in your own daily lives. Because once we understand how the ancient ones who brought forth this high level of consciousness that everyone else was able to benefit from, once we began to understand what they were teaching, it then becomes a daily walk for you, because you are just an echo of that which created you. You're just another representation of that. I mean, everything that exists outside of you is also a part of you. And we see that within the Purim HERU too. One from one. Uwa im uwa. I'm one that comes from one. And so when we understand that, then we can begin to put ourselves in the consciousness of the Natiru, who create, to then begin to create our reality around us. So it's very powerful. So this is the journey I'm taking you through. So in the DUAT, the first 3 hours, they're a watery domain. And going into the 4th, you'll see it start to dry up. And that's something that I'm going to show you here that you probably never noticed. Right? And so here is an image of the boat, the Sektet boat. And you see right under it is water. You can clearly tell that that's water. And you see the oars in the water as they are traveling. All right, you see this boat here, and you see Afu Ra, which is known as the dead flesh of Ra, to then reunite with your body again in the 6th hour. But that's something else. But you see another boat here. You see a bunch of stuff here. So it's good to look at this. And then you see here, all right, and you see right up under it, there's just water that is a part of this boat here, but this is dry. There's no water up under it like there is here. And this is all from the temple of Seti I. All the attestations that I'm showing of the walls are the temple of Seti I, aside from the other image of Nut, which was from Rameses IV. So just to keep everything simplified, and just to give more context to this beautiful Perhe of Seti I. Right? And so you see the same thing here, Afu Ra, right here in his shrine on the Sektet boat, surrounded by the serpent whose name is Mehen. And you see people with the rope, and they're holding the rope, so they're towing the boat, and the oars are no longer being used. The oar, which is the word Kur, is no longer being used. So this is very important to recognize. All right, this is why the word for the skies, i.e. heaven, uses the same glyph of Nut's body and then creates the word portal. All right, so here we have Hayit, which is portal, which is the same glyph as Pet, which is sky or heaven. And we're coming from Nu, the primeval waters, and Nut, which is Nut, the sky goddess, right? The sky. So this is the portal, right? You see it here. Pet, which is the sky, the heavens. Nut, which is the sky from the primeval waters, the waters that are inert, that existed prior to Nut. Because if you even, many of you know the, what they call the Ennead or the Pesht, and how it starts with Atum, and then it goes to Shu and Tef Nut, and then Nut and Geb. So there is beings, there is consciousness prior to Nut, right? Which comes from the primeval waters, which is a portal, which then is echoed as above, so below, because Nut is also the lower heaven. And you see the heaven here upside down. So there's a sky, there's a heaven, there's a Pet of the primordial waters, right? Nu, this is water, the skies, but there's also waters underneath the lower heaven. So this is what we taught in as above, so below, as within, so without. We brought this forward. And KHERU, which means base or the lower part or the underside, right? The KHERU, which is also the name for the ore that you see on the boats. When there's water, you see the ore, the Kher in the water. When there's no water, you see the Kher not being used, which again is a as above, so below principle. Let's look at one of the oldest references for these words in Pyramid Text 215. So let's look at the Nut as the above and Nut as the lower. All right. As it is above, so it is below. Let's look at it in the Pyramid Text. Your arms, Hapi and Dua Mutef, when you demand to go up to the sky, you go up. Your legs, Imseti and Kabesanuf. Kabeh, which is the same word for the cool waters that I showed. And these are what's known as the 4 children of Heru. 2 of them be in your arms, 2 of them be in your legs. When you demand to go up, you go up. When you demand to go down to the under sky, you go down. Your limbs are Atum's twins, an imperishable star. You will not perish. Your Ka will not perish. You are Ka. And so here is the metanetter for you to show that these words being used are what I'm saying they are. So you demand to go up to the sky, which is Pet. Pet, and you see the glyph right here, which is the N1 glyph in the Gardner code. When you go to the under sky, you go down, which is right here. Same thing, Nut. As I showed here, right? With the symbol here, with the X marking a land, the lower heaven, right? So as above, so below. And again, it all goes back to your decision to make that move, right? When you demand, to command, to bring forth. This isn't asking. This is different than prayer. Prayer means to ask. This is a command. This is a commandment. To go up when you want to go up. To go down when you want to go down. Because you are both. You exist in both. So here is the metanetter for this pyramid text here, which is Pyramid Text 215. Within our creation stories, we were consistent in expressing a digestible idea into what this process is and how it reflects the physical reality, transcending into what people call today the metaphysical or the quantum physical reality. Therefore, another word for heaven is the word for tomb, with the same nut glyph. Which you see here, with the same glyph for pet, the N1 glyph, which is hort, is tomb and sky, tomb and heaven. So the actual teachings that became a baseline in later civilizations with the Greeks and with the Romans and even into the Arabic. And we read these things, such as the book like the Kabbalion or the Emerald Tablets and all of these way later writings. It, of course, stems from this. And this is the, I'm showing attestations from the Per He, directly on the walls, the ceilings, from the pyramid text, which dates back to 2400 BCE. And this is written in the language, right? So just the language in itself teaches as above, so below, right? Nut is above and below. Hort, which is tomb, which is also the word for heaven or skies. The heavens in which we return to after the body expires, back into the watery abyss of Nu. Nu means inert, right? The inert waters that I showed at the beginning, which was the translation from that which was outside the shoulder and head of Nut, the inert watery mass of darkness. So yes, Nu, with the water glyphs here, means to be inert, which is another word for the dead, which is another name for Sar, inert. Which Kurt Neter is what they call the necropolis, the necropolis, the land of the dead, right? The dead ones, the inert ones. So Ker, and this is how language works, right? So this huh, this capital H here is a transliteration for like a heh. It's like a guttural huh sound, which is also can be the k or the guh. And that's why in the English, there's so many different ways to spell words that sound the same, because these letters are interchangeable, right? And we use different symbols to, again, add on to the story of what's being told of the actual word itself. So the hurt or the kurt is the same vibrational tone. Where they use X here, or it could be K. You'll see it spelled with K in Budge's dictionary. You'll see it spelled with Q. Also, Ker. So you'll see all these letters being used, but it's the same words. It's the same sound vibrational tones. And so, yes, the inert ones or the necropolis, again, is the tomb, right? The tomb and heaven. And you see the glyphs here, which this right here is the actual glyph for the Q, the K sound right here. This is the K, and this is what they will say the G. So, but these are the same letter with the netter sticking through, netter axe, right? And the land, the necropolis, what they call the necropolis. So yes, as above, so below, right? And the inert waters of the darkness, because from the darkness I arise. So it's not a surprise when you learn of the light that I bring. And you see the image that I used at the beginning of meditating and the water coming forth and Ra above, in that inert stillness of meditation, brings the ability to, again, control chaos. So before there was chaos, there was stillness. The land of duality, both light and darkness, the realm within it, which is again Ker, the same word, Ker, night. And you see the pet glyph here. The land of polarity, which is the source to the teachings of the Kabbalions' fourth principle. Everything is dual, everything has poles, everything has its pair of opposites. So Keru or Geru, same word, is voice, noise, and also the silent man. And you see Keru here with the udder or the roar or the oar used to guide the boat, which is the word for voice, which sometimes you see in the water, which sometimes you use your voice, and other times you're not using it, and other times you're in silence. So page 218 of the Purim HERU, plate 32. I shine, I go in, I come to life. I am in the Uwachit. I am in the Uwachit, which Uwachit, and let me see if I can show something too here. And you can't really see here, but if you look closely, this right here, this is the actual Uwachit on the boat. That's at the front of the boat here. And there'll be another image that I'll show, but I wanted to show while I'm reading this, I am in the Uwachit, and all of what I've taught on the Uwachit and the eye and all of what that means. And here is another expression of that, of actually being in the boat that is the Uwachit here. With the Ker, with the voice in the water, and the Ker, which is silent. And you see the Uwachit here. I am in the Uwachit. My seat is my throne. I sit in the pupil of the eye, by it. The Cheseret, which in the classes that I've taught, with the 10th hour, the actual name of that realm is the Chesert. It is the pupil of the eye, the realm of the pupil of the eye, in which you get the first eye. By it, which is the word Ker, or in it, to be in something, or under, as I showed. Nuk Heru, traversing Hech, infinity or eternity. I have commanded my seat, I rule it by my mouth. Speaking and silent, I maintain an exact balance. Verily are my forms inverted. So of course, noise and silence will be the same sound vibrational tone, which is Keru, which then creates your everything is dual principle. Everything has its pair of opposites. So the meta netter was beautiful at illustrating this through the language itself. Before you even put the words in sentence form, it's already teaching you. This is how deep and complex the language is, and why it's important to begin to study it and begin to understand, because the sound, this is a combination of sound and light language. It's not just lines, it's imagery. So it tells the story with you. right? The Ker, which is the sieve in the mouth, which with that flipped creates the word knowledge. So Keru, Guru, voice and silent, because I rule it by my mouth. I command my seat, speaking and silent. I maintain an exact balance. Verily, my forms are Ru or Ari, which is form. You see the shedet here, or the word for mummy. Shedet, which then also creates the word for vagina, because again, it's another portal. The body too then becomes that, a doorway which you come out of. And it is actually a doorway which you can come out of and in while you're still living and existing and breathing in this cot, in this body. It is a doorway. It is a gateway that you can exit and return back into. And it's that which is used to create through the mind. That's why Ari is also the word for to create and is the eye. It is the eye glyph. It's the consciousness that creates. So of course it's your form, because that's what creates your form. Your Ka creates it, and that's created all within the mental plane, which then of course is what becomes the first principle of the Kabbalion, which is the law of mentalism. So that's Ari. And the forms are inverted. And you see the man upside down here, which is Seket. The same word for power, and the same word for the root word for memory. The inversion of the two, the double, speaking in silence, silent Ker. So here's just another great example, which here, this is the K with the dot. Here is the G. I mean, it's the same letter. Gnosis, knowledge, to know. K and G, same letter. So you'll see both of the letters being used, which is also the X, which is, this is also KH. So it's good to know this as you're beginning to read and learn it, because it's more connected than what just reading it makes it seem as it is. So I rule it by my mouth, speaking in silence. I maintain an exact balance. Verily, my forms are inverted. I am the God Unen. Here's the new waters in the to sprout up, to come into existence, right? Fertility. And that's what brings forth from the waters. I am the God Unen. Season from season, what is his? It's the word Kurt again. What is his is in him, im. So what is yours is actually within you. Again, it's just an expression of everything that you experience, that you see, is just an expression that is within you. That which is you express is you. So this is important to understand when it comes to transmuting and coming out of the matrix and reprogramming yourself with new habits to remove, right? To Pekka Imku, to remove the negative light and replace it with Ku, with Aku. That's why it's the same word. Ku is also negative light, depending on the determinative sign that goes there. So it's light, negative light, or positive light. That which is in you is you. Ua am Ua. I am one coming from one. He revolveth. And this is what we're teaching. The revolution, right? And so even with the book of Nut and going through the body of Nut, the 12 hours of night, to be rebirthed again, to become new again. It's a revolution. So one coming from one, he revolveth. The inversion, season from season. All right. Keru, speaking in silence, I maintain an exact balance. And Keru then creates the word for that which is relative, to be under, right? An underling, inhabitants of land, and creates the household members, which is the name of the members of the House of Aten, the KHERU. So this is why this is the word that is used to represent the KHERU, because of all of what this represents, right? All of what I just went through, the silence and the voice, the heavens and the lower heavens, right? The duality of the two, the inversion, to be able to go through both, to control and also control through silence. So this is the household members of the House of Aten, the KHERU. The land of duality, both light and darkness. From the darkness I arrive, so it's not a surprise when you learn of the light that I bring. Let me take you back to the other word for sky, heaven, which is portal. Hayit, which is the same glyph for pet or sky or heaven. It's a portal. It's a gateway that one traverses in and out of. As I have shown, we brought forth the revolveth consciousness into existence. That which where you come from, you shall return. You come through a doorway to get here, and this is echoed when returning, right? Which is why I just went over the shedet, the shed, the vagina. You come through the doorway and you return back into it, which is why mut and death is the word for mut. It's the mother. It's the rebirthing. So yes, the shed is also the mummy, which is what you're birthed out of when you transition back into the realm in which you came from. The Ker, the sound vibrational yet the silent realm of light and darkness. This is why Pet or Nut is also called a portal. This takes us right back to the flood waters. Hayit, which is portal, is also the word for flood water. So these sound vibrations that we chose to use, again, keeps everything in context. So yes, the portal is the flood waters. Literally, you to break the waters flood, come through and down the thighs, like down the thighs of Nut, your rebirth, the light which you are, the sun, the Ra comes through. The Ra comes through Nut. As Ra comes through Mut, you come through your mother with the flood waters, which is a portal. Which then tells the story of Maati, Aset and Abet Het, who mourn over Asar, causing the flooding of the Nile. Hayit is mourning. It means to mourn. Which another word for mourning is Hep. Hep also then creates the word actually for morning, like the rising sun of morning, because that's what allows the rising, the resurrection, the revolveth of the Ra to be born again, was the morning of the flood waters, to allow the portal to be opened. All the word Hayit. Pet, sky and heaven. So what does portal mean and what is its root? So what is portal, right? We know it's a door, you know, it's some type of opening. So let's look in etymology what portal is. Portal, late 14th century, a gate or a gateway, especially the entire architectural treatment of the entrance and its surroundings of a cathedral and other grand building. So the architectural treatment of the entrance of a cathedral, which then again is seat. Cathedral also means seat in etymology. Where I sit is my throne. Or other grand building. Portal from city gate, a porch of a gate. Porta, gate, from pi per ta, from suffix root of pi per, to lead, pass over. So portal comes from per, which means to lead, to move forward. Again, the door is there for you to move forward. By extension, in front of, before, first, chief, toward, near, and against. All right, so meaning forward, to lead. And so, of course, per means to go or to come out, as in the per in HERU, coming forth by light, in which this is the per, which is the household, the palace, the temple, right? The cathedral or grand building, which is what you are. You're the per, you're the grand building, you're the temple that is to go or come out or to move forward, right? And that's what the portal is. It's for you to do that. But that can only be done, right? With per, to try, to risk. From pi root per, meaning forward, from the meta netter, per, to go, to move forward, to come out, to come forth, which then creates the word experience. This experience, this is an experiment to become an expert, a master, and creates the word fear. So this is what fear is. And I know I speak about this, but I wanted to show this and actually show you how per, to come forth from the portal, from the flood waters, from the darkness, and the darkness that you are in, which can create the fear in itself, simply just means to experiment, to experience. You're here to experience. The fear holds a lot of people back from doing a lot of things. Fear of what someone else thinks, fear of how you might look doing something. So this right here should completely break any type of fear matrix that anyone has for anything that you may want to do within your experience of this of this life here. It means to try, to take a risk, to go forward, and to become an expert of that, to master that. So when now it's time to, again, per im HERU, to come forth as light, and you're in front of the per or the portals as a per, you don't have that fear to go through to get to where you need to go. Right? And that is the ma'ah, to go exactly where you need to go. And I'll show a little bit how ma'ah plays a part in the actual per moving forward through the first portal that exists. So we open the doorways, we show the portal, right? The Saba, which is student and teacher, right? Another duality, a doorway for everyone to walk through, and to remove that fear, right? It's a subconscious program that you have to begin to implement to get that out of you. So that way, when this experiment is done, and there's time for another experience, you can continue to keep moving forward. That's why we see all the great par'is, all the images of the left foot forward. They're still, it's a statue still with the left foot forward. It's still, but you can see that it's in motion. He's moving forward, and he's moving forward with the Ebe, with the heart, with wisdom, with overstanding, with understanding. So this is the fear, this is the pur. And so it just means to try and to risk, right? And it's only you who can choose to make a decision to walk through that door, and removing the negative thought of expecting everyone else to judge you in a negative way for what you're doing, because we also associate judgment with negativity. Anytime we hear judgment, it's always in a negative way. But there's judgment for light as well. I can judge you positively for the things that you do. You know, I can judge myself positively. It's a calculation. It's the reckoning. And no matter, there is no avoiding the reckoning. There is no avoiding the judgment. There's not just one judgment. It's a consistent every moment of judgment, of action, of calculation. That's the uwachit. That's the 6 senses, utilizing that to make the proper calculation. Why it's fractions. And so when you go through that 10th hour and you have the 8 neterets there, 4 in lion form, 4 in human form, they're reckoning you, they're calculating. And that's a judgment in itself. You know, people just, you know, we know the judgment scene. You know, that's the famous scene, but that's one judgment. There's judgment before you even get to that. And really it's self-judgment. So when you make the right and proper calculations, that brings forth a confidence that removes the fear. And so, you know, it's a beautiful thing to have that and to know that when you're traversing here through this experience that we're all having with echoes of each other, different parts of our consciousness connecting to be one, to return back to one again, to revolveth, to invert forms. So it's a powerful thing, because you are the pur, you are the house, and you are to come forth. You are the portal. Let me now show you the first hour of the DUAT and what we taught that it is. Let us continue to move forward.
Open your eye in alignment with time and you'll see the truth like it's a physical thing. From the darkness I arise, so it's not a surprise when you learn of the light that I bring.
Okay, so here we are. We're still in the temple of SETI 1. And here is the first hour of the Amduat. Right, and so here you see the Nut here as well, the opening of the mouth for Asar, the Kinti of Amentet. But this is another room. Let's stay right here. And here you have the boat. You have the Sektet boat here. Right, and I have this highlighted. So this is the actual first hour. This is the directly from coming forth. Right, because there's 12 hours to go through. And this is the first one. And this is all part of it too. But this is another section because there are 3 different layers, another trinity of layers that exist within these travels. And look at all of these netters here. Look at all of these netters that are here as you begin to purr and come forth. So that's important to take into account. It's not, you don't see just the bow right here, right? Or the body on your own boat. There's other netters on your boat. As you are traversing through. And you see 2 netterets here with the shoe feather up top. Maat. So soon as you are coming through the first portal, there's double Ma'ati there. Double Ma'ati is there to show and signify how important law, how important order is, just even through the beginning of going through the actual DUAT, that there's two, it's doubled there, right? And then right before, right after the Ma'ati, what do you see? You see someone here with a knife. So this is what's leading you. You see another Osar form, an Osarian form with the hetch or the white crown. And then who is this? A little difficult to see, but here's the Sekhem scepter. And you see the lion form. Here's Seket. So here you got someone here with a knife, which is neck. Here's the waters and the bowl, neck, and Seket. So right at the beginning of your boat of consciousness, you have Ma'at, order, balance, truth, structure. Then right before that is protection of that. So this is important to know, and why it's important to connect with the great Aut, the great Pa'ut, the Natiru, and to recognize who you are, to reawaken that, because this isn't a lonely journey of rebirth and rejuvenation, which Nook means to become young again. So right at the beginning is the Netter that means to become young again, which is to be protected through the journey. And alongside right here at the first hour, you see another boat with Keperah, which is the revolveth, right? Verily, my forms are inverted. I revolveth, one from one. So at the beginning of the transitioning of going into the Duat, you also have right beneath you Keperah, which shows that you already have success when you start the thing. When you're starting, you're supposed to become new again. You're supposed to go through so you can be rebirthed once again. And this is already showing that this is happening, because this is a rebirth. So again, the death doesn't exist. It is, again, just a rebirth. It is a revolution, always, consistently. And so success should always be in the consciousness at the very beginning. When you start something, when you start, you should already have success in mind. You should already have it right there with you. To fail is not an option. This already shows, like, no, I'm to become Keperah again. I'm to be rebirthed again as the beetle with wings, to revolve, to again go through the process, the procession, the to become Aten, to become Amen, to go back into that hidden state. It's a beautiful process of revolving that is consistent, and failure is not an option for these things. So we take this and we apply it to our lives today, daily. So whenever you go to start something new and you're like, okay, I don't have fear to start this new thing. Here's this new thing I want to do. Okay, let me just try it. Let me just go forth. Let me just put my left foot forward and start moving, and already have success in my consciousness right here as I'm moving. And so that's the only option that can exist, because what you put your attention on then becomes the reality. And so, I've showed that many times in many classes through what they call biocentrism, and the actual observable reality is only that because you're observing it. What you're not observing doesn't exist. And so that's why Ari is the I, and it means to create, because that which you pay attention to is what you create. So here's a better image right here. And here you see the watch it at the front. And you see this boat going into something. And you see the two Ma'at, the Ma'ati here. the Kepara, 3 serpents, and you see the Uwachi here in the front. What's leading the boat? Ma'at, truth, right doing, righteousness, justice, rightness, orderly, management. And Ma'ati then means judgment, because this cannot exist without judgment. Not someone outside of you judging you judging yourself. Here you see the portal of water leading you into a realm which is prior to the Duat. Right? So here is the portal, the Hayit, which means portal and also means flood waters. Right? And you see the waters. The name of this field that we're going into, of course, is called Ma'ati, that which is what is leading you. And here is the papyrus of Nesmin to get a good close look of the Medu Netter, because it's difficult to read the Medu Netter here on the walls. But here is Ma'ati. So this is the realm, and then you see right here, Sek Tet, and you see the boat. So it's telling you this is the Sektet boat, the Netter and the Ma'ati, because you're being led by Ma'ati. I will now take you back to the book of Nut and show you what is said about this first hour of the night there, right? So this is the book of the Amduat, the first hour. So let me take you back to the book of Nut here. And so now we're going to read this right at the entrance. And you see the glyphs here, which describe what this is. The east. So going into, so we're going to read this here and see what this is again, which is the winged disc. As you enter into Nut, the first hour. All right, and you see it here in RAMESES. Right, this here. Winged sun disk at Nut's mouth. When the incarnation of this Netter enters, is at her first hour of evening, becoming effective again in the embrace of his father Osar, and becoming purified therein. When the incarnation of this Netter rests from life in the Duat, that is at her second hour of pregnancy. So the second hour is when the Duat then truly begins. So the first hour is like a realm in which you're going through prior to get to the actual Dua, right? That which exists without a sky or land. Then the incarnation of this Netter is governing the Westerners, which is known as the Westerners, those who are in the Amentet, right? The transitioned are what they call the Westerners. So the incarnation of this Netter is guiding or governing the Westerners and giving directions in the Duat. Then the incarnation of this Netter comes forth on earth again, having come into the world young. His physical strength growing great again, like the first occasion of the prime evil state. So like the first occasion of the prime evil state to become young again, growing in strength to become great. Then he is developed into the great Netter, the winged disc. When this Netter sails to the limits of the basin of the sky, she causes him to enter again into the night, into the middle of the night. And as he sails inside the dusk, these stars are behind him. When the incarnation of this neter enters her mouth inside the duat, it stays open after he cells inside her, so that these selling stars may enter after him and come forth and purr after him, where they course is to their locales. So yes, the first hour of going into the nut, what they also call the book of the sky, is for the incarnation of the neter to come forth on earth again, to revolveth, to be reborn, which is why you start with nek in the amduat, nekek, which means to, again, be young again. As you see here, becoming the winged disc. And you see Ra right here at the Shadet. And then you also see Ra coming down here at the foot, right? Which this is prior to Geb. You see Shu here supporting Nut. So from the entrance into Nut to become young again and reborn, it is shown the cycle of nature and the heavens, which encapsulate a particular area in which there is space and void outside of Nut, right? The primeval inert waters or darkness that is outside of Nut. The waters prior to creation as we know it. Let me now show you the origin of matter per ancestral artifacts. The coffin text. So now from the primeval state of inert waters to then now coming into a state of where matter begins to exist. Here's spell 714 of the coffin text. I am new, the sole one who has no equal. And I came into being yonder on the great occasion of my flood. Right? The flood. When I came into being, I am he who flew up, whose shape is that of Deben, who is in his egg. I am he who originated in the abyss. And see, the chaos god came out to me. And here chaos is the word hech, which also is the word for infinity, the number infinity, which I'll show. But anytime you see chaos god, it also is translated into the infinite one, the infinite neter. So I am he who originated in the abyss, and see, the chaos neter came out to me. See, I am hell. I brought my body into being through power, through Sekhem. I am one who made myself. I formed myself at my will, which is mind, which is the Ebe. According to my desire. I obtain the power to do what pleases my Ka. Right? That's the Medu that I say multiple times a day, every day. Because I brought my body into being through power. So therefore I obtain the power to do what pleases, to do what desires my Ka, right? At my will. What went forth from me was under my supervision. It means the tears are what I created in him who was angry with me, and men of the blind ones are my cattle. So again, the tears, which we seen earlier, which what was being spoken in the inert waters of the abyss through the birds with the human faces, the Medu Remech. And so now there are tiers that which are what created even mankind, because that's the word Rem. Remech is another word for the Kemetians. They're the tiers of Ra. So we see Nu saying he's the sole one. He came into being by a great flood, who originated in the abyss, right? That's the word that we saw in the in Genesis 1 in the Greek. Abyss, the inert darkness. So no, it wasn't what God told Moses. If Moses existed, right, he was in Kemet. No, this is what the Kemetians taught. So that should be very simple to understand, but the matrix is very real. So I formed myself and my will according to my desire. Right? So now we see Shu beginning to create. It is Shu and Tefnut who came prior to Nut and Geb, the children of Atom. Shu was placed between Nut and Geb. Right? So let's look at spell 75. Spell for the soul of Shu and for becoming Shu. I am the soul of Shu, the self-created Neter. I have come into being from the flesh of the self-created Neter. I am the soul of Shu, the Neter invisible of shape. I have come into being from the flesh of the self-created Neter. I am merged into the Neter. I have become he. I am he who calmed the sky for himself. I am he who reduced the two lands to order for himself. I am stronger and more raging than all the Enneads. So this is important too, to understand when he's saying, or you are saying, because this is you are repeating this, I am stronger and more raging than all the Pesh, the Pet, the Pa'ut, what they call the Ennead, the 9. The first one from Atom, Atum, which Tum means to be complete. So to be stronger and more raging, but at the same time, because of that, you are also able to calm something for yourself. In this case, the sky, so you can exist. To reduce the two lands to order, right? But I am stronger and more raging. So again, when you see the image at the very beginning of the meditation and you see the chaos of the waters coming forth, it's really what allows one to have control and ability over what they possess, what is in you, to gain control over that. And when you go into a specific silence or seker realm, to gain mastery and to become an expert over that thing, you now wield it, that sekum, at your hand. And so a controlled chaos will always overpower an erratic chaos every time. So be stronger and more raging, and do so to bring order. I am he who foretells him when he ascends from the horizon. I am he who puts fear of him into whoever would search out his name. I am he who is among the chaos neter, and he who hears the words of the chaos netiru. I am he who dispatches the word of the self-created to the multitudes. So again, dispatching the word. Now there's sound, now there's word of those who are self-created, one from one, to the multitudes, to the different expressions. I am he who captains the bark or the boat. Its crew, I am stronger and more raging than all the Pa'ut or the Peshtet or the Ennead. I have repeated the words of the ancestral Natiru which is what I'm doing right now. And those who came into being after me, they inquire about my creation from the abyss. They inquire about my creation from the abyss, from the inert waters, from the Keku. They see me strong and raging in the bark, in the boat, which the self-created navigates. And I have stood among them. I display splendor in accordance with my nature. I speak and the Enneads are silent. When the Natiru are sensed, I tell you that I come into being in my own shape. Do not inquire about my creation from the abyss. Nu saw me when I came into being, and I know his name. I know the place where I came into being, but he did not see me come into being with his own sight, for I came into being from the flesh of the self-created Neter. He created me by his wish. He made me by his power. He exhaled me from his nostril. And I am he whose shape was exhaled, whom this august Neter created, who strews the sky with his beauty, whose name the Natiru do not know, whom the sun folk serve. I have grown at his feet, and here's spell 76, ascending to the sky, going aboard the bark or the boat of Re and becoming a living Neter. O you 8 chaos gods, who are in charge of the chambers of the sky, whom Shu made from the efflux of his members. So now we're going into, again, the next expression, right? So we started in the inert darkness, primeval, cold, calm, cool waters prior to chaos. And now we see Shu coming forth, self-creation, creating again sound. So when we take into account the many creation stories, which I know many of you familiar with the Bremerine papyrus, and speaking of Atum, and that's in a later papyrus, like around 300 BCE, and the Shabaka stone, which is 700 BCE, which actually got copied from a papyrus from around 2300 BCE. And Ptah, of course, being thought and sound, which then came before Atum, because the creation story of Atum is a physical act. So the thought had to create before the physical act of the copulation of the self-creation. And so now we go from there to Shu, because Shu was the first from Atum. And now we're going from Atum and Tefnut to the 8 chaos gods, which are known as the Ogduad. So OU 8 chaos gods who are in charge of the chambers of the sky, right? They're in charge of the chambers of Pet, of Nut, whom Shu made from the efflux of his members, who put together the ladder of Shu. Come and meet your father in me. Give me your arms. Put together the ladder for me. I am he who created you and made you, even as I was created by your father, Atum. I am weary of the supports of Shu. So here's, I am weary of those that support Shu, since I lifted up my daughter Nut from upon myself. All right, so now we see the lifting up of Nut, which is the daughter of Shu and Tefnut. So why you see Nut above Shu in the images that I showed, and why you always see Shu there. And here it is in the actual writing of the coffin text, which again date back as far as 2100 BCE. I lifted up my daughter from Nut from upon myself, so that I might give her to my father Atum in his realm. And I have set Geb under my feet. So there you go. Now Geb is being brought forth. And so now it explains the imagery that you see. Now everyone here knows why you see what you see when you see Nut, Shu, and Geb. This God knits up the two lands for my father Atum. He gathers together for himself the celestial kind. I have set myself among them, but the 9 Natiru cannot see me. I indeed am Shu, who Atum created, whereby Re came into being. I was not built up in the womb. I was not knit together in the egg. I was not conceived, but Atum spat me out in the spittle of his mouth together with my sister Tefnut. She went up after me, and I was covered with the breath of the throat. The Benu, or the phoenix of Re, was that whereby Atum came into being. In the abyss, in darkness, and in gloom. From the darkness I arrive, so it's not a surprise when you learn of the light that I bring. I am Shu, father of the Natiru, and Atum once sent his sole eye, seeking me and my sister Tefnut. I made light of the darkness for it, and it found me as an immortal. It was I who again begot the 8 chaos gods. In chaos, in the abyss, in darkness, and in gloom. I indeed am Shu, who beget the Natiru. Then Nut was trembling because of the height. So Nut was trembling because of the height being lifted up from Shu. Then the incarnation of the sun said, would that I had an infinite number supporting her. And that is how the infinite ones developed, or the chaos Natiru, which is the word He, which is this here, which is the netter here, and you see in water. And you have Nu, which again is the same word for water, the primordial waters of Nu or Nun, creating Nut, is weariness or inertness of the dead, again, which is I am weary of the supports of Shu, which this word is Nu, that which supports Shu. So the incarnation of the sun said, would that I had an infinite number supporting her. So now the infinite number is the 8 Natiru, the 8, what they call chaos Natiru, which again, He is also known as chaos and is the word for infinite. And here's another translation from the same coffin text number 76. And you actually see the infinite ones here. OU8 infinite ones, which is the same as this. OU8 chaos gods. So chaos and infinite is the same word, which is He or Hehu. So OU8 infinite ones who are at the parts of the sky whom Shu made from the efflux of his limbs, who tied together the ladder for Atum. So here you see it in two different translations. The first two terms, flood, which is Hehu, infinite, and waters, Nu, which is also the inert ones, to be weary, characterize the substance of the universe that enveloped the primordial monad and that surrounds the world after creation. Where the world is finite, the universe outside it is an infinite expanse, right? And we read that from the Cometians themselves in the Medunetters, and there is no limit. There is no known limit. Not the Akus know it, not the Natiru know it. It's an infinite outside expanse that exists before the finite experience that we are having, and that which we teach through Nut, which we teach through the Natiru. So the universe outside it is an infinite expanse, the flood, where the void is dry. The outer universe is waters. Coffin Text 76 treats both terms as divine names. So these words are also names for the Natiru. And so that is something that does not exist today in languages that we speak, where names are words that mean something. People have names but don't know what the word means to the name. That's not what we taught. That's not what we implemented. That's not what we brought forth. These words that mean something, like HERU, which means flood, or Nu, which means waters, then creates the names for the consciousness that it exists in. And then as you see me taken from the expanse of the outermost limits that is unknown and start to bring it forward into a more finite reality, and it continues to keep expressing itself, you then get physical beings. So when you truly understand the creations stories that we taught, it becomes very clear how the Natiru then become physical beings. Coffin Text 78. I am the Ba of Shu, to whom was given Nut atop him and Geb under his feet. I am between them. Museum number EA 10554-87, the Greenfield Papyrus. And here's just a great image for you to again look at, now that you know from the ancestors directly why this is. And here's the normal image that most people are familiar with, and why this is, why Shu stands between, and him actually telling from his perspective why he's doing it and what it represents. And so I am weary of the supports of Shu, which again is Nu, which is waters. And so there's also supporters of Shu, which you see Ba right here, and you see Ba right here, which again is the word for soul. I am the Ba of Shu, to whom was given Nut atop him and Geb under his feet. I am between them. And here is again two of the different translations. And one of them is from Faulkner. And this is the two lands for my father Atum. He gathers together for the celestial kind. So there is the celestial kind. Well, yeah, both of these are actually from Faulkner, from two different books. So celestial kind, and here you see the God is tying together the land from my father Atum, the knits up the two lands from my father Atum, and drawing together the great flood for him, and gathers together for himself the celestial kind. I have put myself between them without the Ennead seeing me. I have set myself among them, but the 9 gods didn't see me. So here you see celestial kind and great flood, which is the same word. So what is celestial kind? Kind, archaic plural of cow. So the celestial cow is what this is saying, which is also translated to the great flood. Uh-oh. I think the story's again unfolding again. The celestial cow. And what we see there? We see He. We see He. Right here. With his two arms up. He. The divine name. But He also means innumerable, infinite, eternal. He, which is also sky and heaven. Again, all portals. So here is the book of the heavenly cow, which again, I'm still in the per head of SETI 1. So now you can truly begin to understand even deeper how the per heads are set up and the stories of what it is, of why we encapsulated ourselves with all of this. Because the Medu Neter is a living language, because it's images and the sound vibrational tones to say a sentence tells a completely different story of creation at the same time. And so here is the celestial kind, the celestial cow. And you see He here. And why is He here? Because you see Shu. And then you see, what do you see? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. 8, what they call the DUAT, which is what they say here are the chaos gods, the 8 chaos gods who are in charge of the chambers of the sky, who Shu made, who are the supporters of Shu that he is weary of, which again is Nu, which is waters or inertness, from He, which also is chaotic, infinite waters. This is the 8 that is also supporting the great flood, which is the celestial kind. So the 8 head infinite chaos elemental Natiru supporting Nut, which are the KHEMENU, the 8 elemental deities of the company of Tehuti. They were Nu, Nut, He, Hehet, Kek, Keket, Nin, Nenet. 4 masculine principles, 4 feminine principles. So you started with 1, all 1, inert primeval waters of darkness, light, twinkle, darkness. The Kekus Maui to Atum, to Shu and Tefnut, in which from Shu come forth the 8, the KHEMENU, who are also the company of Tehuti and also Ptah. And so KHEMEN means 8. It's how you say 8. KHEMENU is how you say 8. KHEMENU, the Ogdoad, that you see now supporting Nut in the coffin text when Shu is speaking, when he's speaking about the 8 chaos or the infinite gods coming into beings from his members, and telling you how and what he's doing it and what he's utilizing to do it from, which we all can utilize and do here. He innumerable, the sky and the heavens. Text 8 from Coffin Text 80. O you 8 infinite ones, an infinite number of infinite ones, who encircle the sky with your arms, who draw together the sky and the horizon of Geb. So now we're drawing together. Again, smile we. To gather together. The sky and the horizon of Geb. Shu has given you birth out of the flood, out of the waters, out of chaos, out of the darkness, that he might allot you to Geb and Nut. While Shu is eternal recurrence, Tefnut is eternal sameness. Again, duality, polarity. I am the Ba of Shu, who is at the great flood, who goes up to the sky as he wishes. Again, just like in the pyramid text, that's what you do. When you choose to go up, you go up. When you choose to go down, you go down. Right? Same here as what Shu does. I am the Ba of Shu, who is at the great flood, who goes up to the sky as he wishes, who goes down to the earth as his heart decides. Come in excitement to greet the God in me. For I am weary at the uplifting of Shu, since I lifted my daughter Nut atop me, that I might give her to my father Atum in his utmost extent. I have put Geb under my feet. This netter is tying together the land for my father Atum. Again, tying together the land. And drawing together the great flood for him. I have put myself between them without the Ennead seeing me. And so here you see the KHEMENU, which come forth from Shu. And Saba Tehuti has taught on how and why these are reptiles and amphibians to represent the oldest part of who we are. Serpents and frogs. And so yes, He, which is also this symbol here, which means infinity, which is the chaos, the chaotic waters of the KHEMENU, which is the KHEMENU, which is the number 8. Then creates the serpent eating its tail from the actual serpent itself in the Meru Netter that we see. To then represent to raise and light, eternal light. So here you see the actual great flood being represented as the great cow, the celestial cow. So again, I'm just taking you through the journey of inert, outermost, limitless bounds, and what that is, and to then begin to bring yourself forward to create, and how it's associated with water and chaos and flooding, and then flooding from the tears, and that also being the Ma'ati, because that's Aset and Nepet, who flood the lands through their tears for the actual resurrection to become young again, to res-erect Asar. So when you have this all in your consciousness, whenever you're speaking, when you're when you're coming forth, when you're existing, when you're going through this experiment here to become an expert or a master, so that way you wield your own power so you can go to and fro as you wish. This is all Heka'u that can be utilized in your daily walk to understand how what we taught about creation, what we taught about bringing things into existence and being self-creators. And so this is just class 1. But it's important to slow walk through this, because we begin as cool, calm waters. The destruction of mankind, book of the heavenly cow, which is what this is. Therefore, it's the destruction of mankind. The great flood. Then Ra spake unto Nu, saying, O thou firstborn, Neter, from whom I came into being. O ye Netiru of ancient time, my ancestors, take ye heed to what men and women are doing. For behold, those who were created by my eye, again, the tears, the remech, are uttering words of complaint against me. Tell me what ye would do in this matter, and consider this thing for me, and seek out a plan for me. So now Ra is speaking unto Nu, the waters. The firstborn Neter, from whom then I came into being, because Ra is birthed out of Nu. So just the consistency of complete embodiment and imbuement of creating itself within an actual physical form as well. To be in that consciousness consistently all the time is something that is unfathomable to begin to conceptualize in today's time, when attention span doesn't even exist. So when we begin to truly understand this and implement this daily within our own lives, our power begins to gather again, and we are Sekhem. We're able to hold and wield that at will. By, again, you see all of the supporting that's going on. You see all of the actual supporting that's happening. And this is what we have to, again, echo what the great ancestors taught. There is a support here in every aspect. That which is supporting has support. So again, this is echoes of support. Tell me what ye would do in this matter, and consider this thing for me, and seek out a plan for me, for I will not slay them until I have heard what ye shall say to me concerning it. Then the majesty of Nu, the son of Ra, spake, saying, Thou art the Neter who art greater than he who made thee. Thou art the sovereign of those who were created with thee. Thy throne is set, and the fear of thee is great. Let thine eye go against those who have uttered blasphemies against thee. And the majesty of Ra said, Behold, they have betaken themselves to flight into the mountain lands, for their hearts are afraid because of the words which they have uttered. So this again teaches, and why we teach so deeply and exact about speech, and in times of chaotic mind states, to never speak, to always be calm when you're speaking, because now once you speak, once you start uttering, taking flight to the mountain lands might not save you. So for their hearts are afraid because of the words which they have uttered. Then the Netiru spake in the presence of his majesty, saying, Let thine eye, let thine Maat go forth, and let it destroy for thee those who revile thee with words of evil, or isfet. For there is no eye whatsoever that can go before it and resist thee. And when it journeyeth in the form of het hor, thereupon the goddess went forth and slew the men and the women who were on the mountain or the desert land. And the majesty of this neter said, come, come in peace, O HERU, for the work is accomplished. So the same flooding, or the celestial kind, or the great flood that comes forth to rejuvenate and restart, to remove Isfet through the eye, through Maat, is in the form of the cow, which is the great cow. She's the great flood herself. She is the great flood. And here's He, which is supported by chaos and waters. Henu to the Pa'ut, Henu to the Natiru, Henu to all of you who are lending and providing your attention so this can come into consciousness and exist. So yes, it is HERU who comes through to give. She is the flood when she comes through. She is the celestial kind that is the great flood. So to begin the conclusion of this first section of From the Darkness, I will begin to bring us back to where we started, the Revolveth. Let me take you to the Per Im Heru with spell 175, the chapter for not dying a second time. Here we will see Asar having a dialogue with Atum. This conversation takes place after Set kills Asar. Let me show you for the first time of what occurs directly after Asar is killed through his own perspective. So you all ready for that? You all ready to hear, to read the conversation between Asar and Atum after Asar is killed by Set, right? Have any of y'all ever read that before? Of, you know, what was Asar saying, you know, once he was killed, you know, and he's the first one, right? He's the first Natiru to go through this, right? To be killed. So he's the first one there. So what happens? What is he saying? What is he thinking? So let's get into it. Let's see. And here it is from the papyrus of Ani. And you see Ani and Tutu here in front of Tehuti. Chapter of not dying a second time. And I'll be reading from the translation of Stephen Quirke, Going Out in Daylight, Per Im Heru, the Ancient Egyptian Book of the Dead, translation, sources, and meanings. So let's read. Version in the Papyrus of Ani, early 19th dynasty, around 1275 BC, British Museum number EA10470. And here is the English and the transliteration. Formula for not dying a second time. Words spoken by Asar Ani, true of voice. O Tehuti, what is it to happen with the children of Nut? Because remember, you are becoming Asar. Because Asar was the first one. So while through all the Per Im Heru, when it says Asar in your name, that is what Asar experienced first. Asar, Ani, true of voice. O Tehuti, what is it to happen with the children of Nut? Right? And who are the children of Nut? Set, Asar, Bet-Het, Aset. So now he's asking, what happened with the children of Nut? They have made tumult. They have raised strife. They have done evil. They have formed rebellions. They have caused slaughter. They have put on guard. They have indeed made great into small in all that we did. Give then a great decision to Tehuti. So said Atum. So Atum is asking. He's asking Tehuti. What has happened with the children of Nut? What is going on? They're slaughtering each other. They're forming rebellions. They're doing evil. They're putting on guard. They're raising strife. They're taking what we made great into something small in all that we did. And so now Tehuti, right, the judge of the Natiru, is to give a decision. And Tehuti says, you shall not see evil. You shall not suffer. Their years are limited. And I've showed this in multiple classes of Tehuti, and he's carrying the Renpet staff, the palm leaf, which is the plucking of to calculate, and it means time. And you see him also with his pen to also and sachet of how he's the netter of time. So he's the one who limits years and gives years. Their months are closing in because they have caused harm to the hidden in all that you have done. So this is, again, there's multiple, if you read multiple stories, you're seeing multiple stories happen simultaneously from different perspectives in different places, different levels of consciousness, layers, realms of consciousness. And so now Atum is speaking to Tehuti, and he says, I am your writing palette. And this is you speaking this. You're recreating this. I am your writing palette, which is Gesti. I am your writing palette Tehuti. I have raised your water bowl to you. Right? The water bowl, which is what the scribes used. Right? To, of course, dip their reed in. So he's saying, I am your writing palette. I'm raising your water bowl. I am not among those who caused harm to their hidden things. No harm shall be caused through me. Words spoken by Asar Ani. O Atum, what is it that I hasten towards it when it contains no water and has no air? When it is deep, deep in darkness, of seeking and seeking. What's that word seeking right there? Kheti, to double seek. Kekut T. So head, the same word for the infinite chaos, is the word for seeking when in a deep, deep darkness. When it contains no water, contains no air, where life is in the rest of the heart, where Ankti-im is within the Hotep of the Ebe, the Hotep of the Ebe, but with no enjoyment of sex there at all. So now speaking to Atun, he's saying, what is it that I hasten towards it? What is this? It contains no water, there's no air. I'm in a deep, deep darkness, double darkness of I'm seeking and I'm seeking. Where is life that rests in the eve? There's no enjoyment of sex. I have given transfiguration in a place of water, air, and sex. So now Atum is responding. He's saying, I have given you transfiguration in a place of water, air, and sex. And rest of heart is in place. So the rest of heart is in place of bread and beer. So said Atum, speaking to Asar. Your face can see, and I do not suffer that you have lack. Every netter sends to him in his seats in the boat foremost of millions of Kinti Hehu. So every Neteru sends to him while he's in his boat of eternity that is leading, that is at the foremost, the front end. Your seat belongs to your son Heru, so said Atum. So he's letting him know, your seat now belongs to Heru. Heru is now the Nesubiti. Is he also to send out elders? He is to rule in your seat. He shall inherit the seat that is in the island of the two flames, the Neserti, the double flame. All right. He shall inherit the seat, which is nest, which is from the nest, which is tongue, which Neser is flame. So he shall rule in your seat. Command too that I may see his second, and my face see the face of the Lord of all. So again, reincarnating through him to be the echo, his second. What is a span of life? Says Asar. Because earlier, Tehuti says their years will be limited. The ones who produced evil, who caused suffer, their years are limited. Their months are closing in. So Asar says, what is the span of life? You are to have millions of millions, Hehu and Hehu, Anka and Hehu, a lifespan of millions. When I have had him send out the elders, right, to send out the elders, and I shall indeed destroy all I made, and this land shall turn into noon as a flood water, as its original condition. I alone am to remain with Asar. So this is amazing right here. So here is a tomb saying, I am going to bring about a flood and bring it back to its original condition. Just as in the book of the heavenly cow, with the heavenly cow, the celestial kind being the great flood to then clear out the Isfet. And now he's telling Asar, you have eternal life. You have Hehu and Hehu, Ankh and Hehu. When I have had him, Heru, send out the elders, I shall indeed destroy all I made. And this land shall turn back into new in its original condition. The revolveth, to return back into the inert, cool, calm waters that existed before the chaos in the Isfet, to cleanse it. Which is why the same word, Quebec, which is cool, calm waters, also means to be pure, to purify. When I have transformed myself into other snakes, which men do not know, which Natiru do not see, how beautiful it is what I have done for you, Asar, distinguished over all the Natiru. I have given him the desert, and indeed his son Heru is heir on the seat of his father that is in the island of the two flames. I have made him to bear his seat in the boat of infinity of millions, while Heru is firm on his palace facade for the wish of founding his monuments. So we see what is happening with Asar asking, what is this place? What is my time? What is happening? Well, you are here. Your time is millions upon millions. Your lifespan is millions. Your son is now on your throne. And when I send out the elders, I'm going to destroy all that I made. And I'm going to turn this land back into noon as a floodwater, as its original condition, to start back again. I alone am to remain with you, Asar. And has the Baso of Set been sent out, and as distinct from all that of the other Natiru? So now he's asking about Set. What about the Ba of Set? Has he been sent out? You know, with the elders, so that the land can be destroyed and flooded? Natum says, I have placed a guard on his Baso in the boat, on his wish to revere the body of the Neter. So now Set is bound and on the guard of the boat. So where now fear the body of the Natiru, the word Senej, which is the same word for fear. So now Set is bound to the boat. O my father Asar, may you do for me what your father Ra has done for you. May I endure upon earth. May I be established in my seat. May my heir be healthy and my tomb strong. They are my servants upon earth. May my enemies be reduced to sycamore figs, where Serket is on their bonds. I am your son, my father Ra. May you make for me this life, Ankh Uja Seneb. While Horus is firm on his palace facade, may you cause this my lifetime to come of faring towards a revered status. So let me read the written content of the source here. In the first two parts, Atum asked Tehuti what will happen to the children of Nut after they cause strife, a reference presumably to Asar and his killer Set, both sons of the sky goddess Nut. In the version on the papyrus of Ani translated above, Atum is reassured that he will not see their suffering, and that as a consequence of their disorder, a limit will be set on their years. The speaker then asserts identity as the very writing palette of Tehuti, and not one of the harmful beings condemned to mortality. The longer second part develops the theme of the time limit. Asar complains of the dreariness of eternity, to which Atum replies that he will survive the end of the present time cycle, intact with Atum as a serpent being beyond knowledge or sight. This dialogue contains the most explicit ancient Egyptian statement on the future of the world and the nature of the cycle of time. The world unfurled from an undifferentiated matter into which it will return. And the eternal life of each individual depends on becoming part of the creative force. Atum Ra with Asar, that alone survives an eternal cycle of refurling and unfurling of matter. The example on the papyrus of Ka from the reign of Amenhotep III indicates that the dialogue belongs to the period before the changes in the reign of Akhenaten. So just more description here to give more context of this very powerful chapter of the Purim Heru, of Asar having the dialogue with Atum and what is happening, and actually what happens to the Ba of Set, right? And the cleansing of the land. So make for me this life, prosperity, and health. While Heru is firm on his palace facade, may you cause this my lifetime to come of faring towards a revered status. May I be established in my seat, because from the darkness I arrive, so it's not a surprise of the light that I bring as I return back within the innate, inert, watery mass state of silence to create once again. Scribal Sessions number 7. I have come to lighten the darkness.
Open your eye in alignment with time and you'll see the truth like it's a physical thing. From the darkness I arise, so it's not a surprise when you learn of the light that I bring. As above, so below, I find a rhythm and flow as I grow with the pendulum swing. This is the matrix where everyone's faking. They sleep here in life while we wake up in dreams. Shedding the skin like a serpent, this work makes it worse at attaining a purpose while searching internal, examine what all is in me.
House of Aten, the Natiru exist, and we have landed as we return through the entire cycle of the revelation, the revolution, and the resurrection. And with that, I am complete.
Yo, let's go.
Oh, tap. Can y'all hear me?
Yes. Yes, we can hear you.
Hey, man. That was a masterpiece, bro. That was, hey, listen. Man, listen, I had to do, first of all, let me give a HERU to the great Saba Tehuti Amenhotep Ra, our great teacher. I say that because yesterday we didn't have class. So I didn't get a taste of that good Tehuti overdrive yesterday, but I received it today with you, great brother, and that was a masterpiece, bro. I was watching and taking notes, and I was so relaxed that I started doing some yoga poses and just relaxing. I would get up and write down some things, brother. That was hey, I don't even know where to start, brother. The tomb of SETI. Oh man, I love the pictures you was bringing. Now I'm gonna let them brothers talk. I gotta gather my thoughts because I'm blown away, brother. That's a masterpiece, brother. He new to you. Yeah, let me put my thoughts together, bro. Cause that is, oh man, I don't even know where to begin, brother. I really don't. I'm gonna let one of you brothers talk because that was, oh man, he new to you, great brother. He knew because that's a masterpiece. That Gabriel Lopez says, wow, this is so deep. I'm speechless. That's how I feel, Gabriel. I got my notes right here. I gotta put them together. I'm looking like I'm scratching my head like, whoa, that's a masterpiece, brother. That was an absolute masterpiece. I'm gonna let them brothers talk while I gather my thoughts. But he new to you, brother.
He knew.
I need all of that was from the tomb of SETI. The first, all of those pictures. You didn't go outside of that at all. Man, that's
The only time I went outside was showing the second attestation of the Book of Nut with Rameses the Fourth. But other than that, everything else was SETI.
Ani, once again, great brother, that was fire. You always bringing that heat. That especially that last part, the last reading you was just doing. I was like, wait a minute, that sounds like the record keeper. I hear some of the phrases in there, and I was like, oh, okay. So that was cool that you tied that in there, man. That was I love that part where you broke down the, failure is not an option, and that you bring yourself into that creation that you have within you. You bring it forth. You bring it from within and make it plain. In this physical realm. So that was fire to me. So I appreciate you, great brother Ani. You always making it happen, great brother. And once again, I need that picture. That was fire. I don't know how you came up with that one, what you wrote to bring forth that image and that creation, but and it to you, great brother. I appreciate you and your consistency.
absolutely. I echo that same sentiment, brother. Newt equals portal, equals heaven, equals water, equals lower heaven, equals tomb, brother. That's, man, it's beautiful because I get to understand these concepts so much better. As above, so below. The whole fear matrix. Brother, that's fire, brother. Showing the Uwajit on the boat. I never saw that. Like I never even, like it was so tiny. It's like, man, I'm still at a loss for words, bro. I'm trying to put it all together in my head, bro. That's fire. Listen, you know what's so beautiful, right? I say those same things about Saba when I'm looking at his classes. I'm like, man, it just keeps getting better and better. Like it just don't stop. And it's the consistency, but the class is like Primordial was like, that was my favorite class. I feel like that about every class. Henu to you, brother, because you keep outdoing yourself. And it's an effort to be on this journey with you, alongside you, and growing with you. As we all grow. And that's just a beautiful thing. And how you're teaching us and guiding us and being a leader, brother. Henu to you, Henu to our great teacher. Henu to you, brothers on the panel for supporting us and supporting him. Henu to your mate for supporting your Dejed. Man, I gotta bro, you showed the etymology of portal and Newt. Oh man, I'm still stuck there, bro. I'm blown away. For real. And I had to get up when you went to spell, I think it was spell 714. I had to get up and I started doing poses because I was so relaxed. The teachings was so relaxing, like trying to understand it. It was almost like I was in the flow with you. I can't even really explain it. But I was just there, because I'm on the computer right here, but it's also on my TV. And I could click from the TV to the teaching. So I was watching it. I wasn't on the stream. I was actually watching it as if I was on YouTube. And that teaching is relaxing. Like the knowledge, the wisdom. So that's like so beautiful, because that's how the truth resonates. When you were showing the double Ma'atis, brother, I two out for that. HERU to Saba, and may his transition be Nefer back to, you know, his original space, minus the asbestos. But we needed this one, brother. Definitely. Oh, man. Bro, I need a minute, bro, for real. That is absolutely Nefer. Menkhu, what you got, brother?
Yeah, that was a really powerful build. I like how you utilized this information from the Book of the Dead. I have commanded my seat, I rule it by my mouth, speaking in silent. I maintain an exact balance. Verily, my forms are inverted. I am Neter Unin, season from season. What is his is in him. I am one coming from one. And I like how you connected it to your poetry, to your tones. And because what I noticed was quadruple entendre going on. So you shedding light on the creation story is bringing us to the Aten and return to source, which is light. The creation story aligns us to our ancestors, which brings us out of the darkness and into the light. To have knowledge, being in the know, is necessary for us to not be left in the dark. We become brilliant when we are learning these valuable lessons. When something that didn't exist is created, it is brought into being, which is bringing it to light from the portal of our Aku. Shugeb and the Neteru are creators, and so are we. Tua for the family reunion. Ra is a door, a portal. Ra is light. Ra and Shu are the two of the most important elements in the solar system. Oxygen comes from the sun. By creating this build, you are being the light and a reflection of the light and shooting that energy to us. So Tua to you, great brother, as always. You love us so much, and we appreciate that love. And your love for the Neteru and for Saba Tehuti is obvious as all the light that there is. So HERU to you, great brother, for just being yourself. Very powerful build.
Ani, I never that was a good reading. I never heard of that part where you know, Asar, that reading about Asar talking and worrying about like Set and then the recreation of everything. Like, that was deep. I gotta read that for myself. I didn't even know that existed.
Yes. Yes, absolutely. And it's a beautiful thing. Tua Menkhu Ara, for that and putting together that Medu Nefer in the way that you do, and how you're able to create summaries and gather together all of the multiple layers of depth and bring them together and acknowledge them and to bring them forward like that, to also assist in telling the story like that. That was beautiful how you do that. So to our great brother, for those words, and yeah, for you know, seeing, because it is there, yeah, this is one of those ones. This is the Hekau, and I love how everyone is, great brother Tefram Kemaat is speaking about, the calmness, and see Mahuru in the chat, very soothing, restful. And that was the intention of this class, and it being the 7, and how we start in the cool, calm waters of the inertness, and 7 being safek, which means to be calm and to relax, is a beautiful, powerful state, because from that comes the actual movement and the and the chaos, which isn't necessarily isfet, because the KHEMENU are known as het, and you see them there with the support of holding up the celestial kind, which is the great flood, and how it brings back Maat, and going into the DUAT and Ma'ati there, and going from silence to utilizing the voice. So yeah, that was beautiful, great brother, and Remke Ma'atua for everything that you added on as well, and for appreciating what it is I'm bringing forth, because it's a beautiful thing. It's very nefer. And I'm very thankful and grateful for everyone who is able to receive this. And yes, Primordial Thought 9, this chapter, and this is why it's also something you see me utilizing different Perm Herus, different dictionaries, because there are many ways to translate the Medu Netter. And sometimes translations are not as accurate as other ones in different aspects. So it's good to just cross-reference. And so that and other Perm Herus may not read like that. But if you go to like any of the Faulkner Perm Herus and Minty Hotep, I seen you ask what papyrus it was. Yes, it's chapter 175, but it's plate 29A. So if you look up British Museum number EA 10470, comma 29, you'll see the plate. But yes, in different translations, it speaks clearly about how this is a conversation between Asar and Atum, and Atum asking Tehuti to, make a decision, and how this is the chapter of not dying a second time, because this is Asar after his death, and then asking, what is my years, and saying, no, you have eternal life. And so then just to invoke and repeat that, and we read that in the coffin text too, of repeating what the great ancestors said, and speaking what they spoke, to again create the same reality that they created and left forward for us. So yeah, it's a beautiful thing. I'm not sure how many people have read, creation or understood creation in that way, aside from the 2 main creation stories that we always speak about, which is the Bremerine Papyrus and the Shabaka Stone. But we kept heavy record of this process. So hopefully I was able to assist people in gathering, all of this research and having it make sense, because I know since I was a young child, creation, starting from the source of reading it from the Bible, was something I was like, how is it how is it so fast? Like, it's literally this to this. It's like 4 or 5 steps, and then you're out of it, and that's it. There's no explanation, and that was never good enough for me. So now to have access to this, and to see how this was imbued in our lives, and how we created our reality around that and imbued ourselves. And so now we have the same opportunity through the Meru, through the supporters, those who support us, and bringing forth houseofaten.org and creating all of these items to, again, imbue ourselves to see the Medunetter. Every time we're doing something, we're thinking about the story, because that's what they did. And so that's the goal of bringing together all these different items. So it keeps a constant reminder in you at all times. So now every time, you know, I see he, or you see he, you see the flaxseed, or you see the ka symbol, because that's what he's in. This will all play back in your mind in different parts, and every time you go back to watch, you'll gain something new. And so, you know, also taking you through the first hour of the Amduat and the Book of Nut. So I did two at the same time to give two different perspectives. And so, yes, Tua and Henu, great brothers, for just adding on and appreciating and just supporting, being here, and we support each other so beautifully, and it's just great to be able to do that with such Nefer brothers, and just lead by example and showing what we can bring forth when we truly hold each other up. So to our great brothers, for that, Hotep Henu Ma'at HERU.
Nini, good, great brother. I love too how you shared spell 76. That is so fire. It's ascending to the sky, going aboard the bark of Ray, and becoming a living God. Oh, you 8 chaos gods who are in charge of the chamber of the sky. That is a bar right there. And the creation story is forever, right? And you shared how the woman is a portal, and every day multiple births take place. And so it's just a beautiful thing, the creation story, because it keeps creating on top of itself, and it's just so powerful. And then the line says, I am wary of the supports of Chu, since I lifted up my daughter Newts from upon myself. That is, man, they were the poetry and the bars and the tones, they were serious with it. It was serious. We still singing these songs. We still repeating these bars. So it's very powerful how you connected this to your bars too. So Henu, to you, I see the hekau that you did. It's a quadruple entendres are happening in the stories. You touching so much, and of course with the Medunetter being there, it's a very beautiful build. So Henu, to you, great brother.
Yes, Henu. And Tua for everyone who is supporting this class. House of Aten, Cash App and PayPal links are pinned. Please support if you appreciate this class. And yeah, you know, I had to it's a Scribal session, so you know I had to put the tones in here. And of course it goes right along, because this is what's going on in my mind when I'm writing these tones. And you know, a song, I can't have a 3-hour song, so I have to you know, take certain things and break it down and then give classes on them. And that's something that I always appreciated from artists when I would listen to them, and hearing some of the breakdowns. So, you know, from the darkness I arrive, so it's not a surprise when you learn of the light that I bring. As above, so below, I found a rhythm and flow as I grow with the pendulum swing. And so that's because staying in my At and Met, and you know, there is a pendulum swing as to show the polarity of going back and forth, and how the Ker is the same word for voice and silence. The pendulum swing from the Ker to the Ker, from the silence to the voice, but still growing and moving forward in that. Left foot still forward, I'm still moving, but while that pendulum is swinging and not going too far up, because the opposite and equal reaction is way far down. So that's something that I learned throughout my journeys, is to stay balanced in what people know as excitement, because there's an opposite and equal reaction to that, and it can take you way on the other end too. So when you just allow yourself to stay in the middle while you move forward, you're just on a constant balance of moving forward and moving up. So I stay a rhythm and flow as I grow with the pendulum swing. This is the matrix where everyone's faking they sleep here in life while we wake up in dreams. Then, of course, shedding the skin like a serpent, this work makes it worth it, attaining a purpose while searching internal, examine what all is in me. That's PTAH ATEN, the examination. That's the purpose, is to consistently stay in examination. And that's the judgment. That's the eye. That's the observation. So I'm steadily judging myself and the moves that I'm making and the calculations I'm having. So, you know, the like you said, Menkhu, the ancestors, their poetry is absolutely just beyond. I mean, it's beyond anything that's accessible here in this time. And so we're the closest thing that's able to recreate this. So, you know, it's just an honor. Yeah, it's a beautiful thing. So Hotep, great brothers, Tua and HENU, everyone in the chat. Appreciate you all. Let me run through some of this. Minty Hotep says everything was tied together beautifully. Tua, my HERU says HENU. Music to my ears and tears to my eyes every time. And my HERU says tears of Ra. Yes, the Ramech. Absolutely. Tua Minty Hotep. MKD says it's time to shed. Exactly. So yes, Tua HENU. Antu says absolutely fire presentation, Ani. Tua with the door and the swirl. And Anu as well. Hotep Ma'akaru. Robert Williams says, whew, music to my ears. Yes, absolutely. Gabriela Lopez, wow, this is so deep, I'm speechless. Tua Ani for this class. Purple heart and a mind blown. Ankh Uja to you. Ankh Uja, Gabriela. Tua for your Nefermedu that you always bring. Neb Nefer Ankh, watch it. So we got a minty vibration going through. Neb Nefer Ankh, everything is beautiful in life. Tua Nupu. So yes, I'll go through and I'll show the support that we have received in for this class. So Tua HENU to all the great Meru, and all of that goes back to the Mer, which is the waters, and why you all are a part of that. So the Meru and the KHERU. So yes, join in houseofaten.org. Join in on the KHERU. I'll host a Wisdom Wednesday class for all of the KHERU. And it's another powerful class going over the Sebayit. So join in with us. HENU to everyone. This is our first time streaming on Twitch. We started bringing forth Facebook and Twitter and Rumble. So it's wonderful. We're touching all these different platforms. So yes, if you all appreciate those who are watching on the playback, you know, HENU, if you appreciate, definitely show support. Show support to the House of Aten so we can continue to bring forth what we're bringing forth. Yeah, keep growing and expanding. Keep supporting each other so we can then become the Natiru again. So absolutely. All right, let me set up the support to show forth all of the great Meru. And also support my project as well, Scribal SESHions Volume 1. SoundCloud. The link is in the description. So go support that, play that. Okay. Menkhu, all right, what you think about a talent show coming up? I think it's almost time for. I think it's almost time to bring something.
Yeah, we should definitely do that. Yeah. When you're thinking, let me see what this is. What we in the second week of April?
Yes.
Maybe you want to maybe kick one off in May? Maybe
What
the
do y'all
first week.
think? Go ahead.
Maybe the first week of May.
That sounds great to me. What do you all think? What do you all think in the chat? You think it's time for a talent show? Have you all come up? The supporters, everything has grown. So here I even put a poll. Let's see. Let's see here. Let's see what everyone is saying. Let's see. Let's put a poll up so you all can answer while I put up the support. So there's the poll. Talent show in May, yes or no? And let us know. You know, we always do. We have victory winnings. So
What do we win? What do we win?
uh-oh, what do we win? What y'all think? Y'all think we should do the 100? I think that sounds good.
Yeah, that would be fire. You gotta come with it for the hundo. They gotta come with it for the hundo.
Yeah, absolutely. And it's we'll see. We'll see if you all even want the opportunity to do that. Again, I just gave the fear matrix breaking explanation, and I know all of you have something that you are passionate about to bring forth. Let's say we we may do 50, we may do 100. You never know what we may do. We may do. You never know. So nothing we do is light. I'll tell you that. So let's see what everyone's saying in the poll after I go through and I show the support. So let me share the screen.
Mentee say that HOA merch.
Yes, that'd be a great giveaway too. HOA merch or an item from the store. Yeah, we have many options. So that's if you all want to join in. Bring your artistry forward. Okay, so first let's start with Anu and Antu, who sends in $20 for Tua Henu Meri Ani. Fantastic presentation. Tua Anu and Antu, wonderful KHERU of the House of ATEN, always supporting. So Tua and Henu, for all that you are doing for us and with us, and it's an honor to work with you all and building up this organization. So Tua and Henu to both of you. All right, next we have Oxafek, who sends in 2072 for Or Sebai Aten Tehuti DUAT Henu.
better keep teaching like this. You, yo.
Yes, Hotep, Ox Effect, the calm one with the axe. To our great brother, he sends in 2072. We appreciate you. Another great Karu of the House of Aten. He's the first one to also join in on the Patreon. So you know, this great brother supports in everything that we bring forth. And Henu, great brother, Tua, appreciate you supremely for that, and just leading by example. Great brother. So Tua to this great brother, and looking forward to him also going through the and coming up and being a Saba and transforming from just the students and then becoming the teacher as well. So you have every skill set to do it. So looking forward to that, Ox Effect. So Tua. All right, Eric G, that's it, is next. He sends in 33344 for the playback. Tua Eric G, another consistent brother, another Karu of the House of Aten. We appreciate you, and we definitely appreciate your consistency, great brother. So Tua and Henu to you. All right, next we have Minty Hotep, who sends in 777 for "We are here and we are the best." Henu.
Yeah, we're here
HERU.
and we're the best. Nev never unk. Everything is beautiful in life.
Yes, Tua, wonderful sister, another very consistent member of the Karu, House of Aten, and we truly appreciate you. She does the timestamps for the House of Aten, so Hinu to you for that, and Tua for your support and all of the Nefer, Aku, and energy that you bring in the chat. All right, and next we have Nicholas Savensden, who sends in 1672 for support in Scribal Sesh number 7, Tua Hotep Ani Pata, Light Portal Gateway.
Forget that we the real champions around.
Nev never unk. Everything is beautiful in life.
I don't play with pseudos.
Henu, great brother Nicholas Savensden. Yes, Henu, for your support. I'm glad that you are back with us, consistent, great brother. So Tua and Henu to you. Appreciate your support. All right, and next we have Nito Campbell, who squando in the chat. $9 for peace, everyone.
You did what?
Yes, one of the most consistent brothers, alongside a few other brothers who just every week supports and has been since the beginning. So Tua Henu, Tusquano, Nito Campbell, We appreciate you, great brother, and just showing forth and leading by example. So, Tua. All right. And next we have the wonderful great brother who's on the panel, Nito Campbell. Primordial Thought 9 is now up to bat. He sends in $10 for HOA Scribal Sessions number 7. Support Tua HENU Blackheart Ra.
Yeah, we're here. And for the best. Neb Nefer Unk.
You are watching a master at work.
Don't nobody really want no smoke.
Forget that we the real champions around here. I don't play with pseudos.
HENU to the great brother Primordial Thought 9, who is still a moderator, but has now become a great brother here with us on the panel. HENU, for your consistency, great brother, and for supporting. Since you've come forward, you have definitely established yourself, and it's a beautiful thing to observe. Tua for leading by example, and yeah, it's just everything that you're doing is wonderful. I'm very excited and look forward to all that what you are going to bring forth from your ventures, and seeing that come into existence. It's just watching and knowing the state of, again, being just in the inert darkness, and then beginning to have the thought and consciousness, and then putting forth the action to watch something be brought forth and see it do exactly what it's supposed to do, from which the intention of your Eve will be sure that happens. So to our great brother Primordial Thought 9 for your support.
Ani, you already know, great brother. It's great to be a part of the House of ATEN, always. He said, don't cross a Mufasa.
Don't cross a Mufasa. All right, next we have, yes, to our great brother Primordial Thought 9. Next we have Robert E. Williams Jr., who sends in 2072 for setting my intention and moving forward. Left foot forward.
You did what?
Race is not where the line is drawn. It's God's side and the other side. And we don't care nothing about the other side.
The Egyptians are black and the Hebrews are wrong, and the Egyptians are black. The Hebrews are wrong and the Egyptians are black, and the Bible is stolen. The Egyptians are black. And guess what? The Egyptians are black and the Hebrews are wrong, and the Bible is stolen. The Egyptians are black, and I have no teaching.
It's like people that tell you the Egyptians, they're not black. Egypt is in Africa, folks. As long as Egypt is in Africa, then Egyptians are African.
HENU to the great brother Robert E. Williams Jr., who sends in 2072. We appreciate you, great brother. Another Nefer men consistent supporter, and we definitely appreciate you. Would love to see you come to the panel one of these classes, and I'd love to build with you, great brother. You support it consistently, and I know you're taking in the teaching, so definitely would like for you to come to the panel to come forward, and yeah, let's build. HENU. All right, and next we have Amun Min Ra Sut Atun, who sends in $8 for wisdom teachings.
Mike Tyson and Floyd Mayweather, if you made a punch and just moved you should have moved your left shoulder a little bit to the right, and I know you could have won. Just get in the ring and beat the guy.
Yes, Amun Min Rasut Atum, another great brother. I would like for you to come to the panel as well. I'd like to build with you too, great brother. Very consistent. Tua for your support as you always do. And yes, per great brother. All right, and lastly, I think we have one more. Yes, we have one more from Gabriela Lopez, who sends in $20 for Nefer class with a purple heart.
Neb Nefer Unk. Everything is beautiful in life.
Forget that we the real champions around here. I don't play with pseudos.
Yes, Tua Henu Gabriela came forward per on fire, definitely per coming forth. So Tua and Henu, and for supporting our great brother Primordial Thought 9, supporting his Jed in the ways that you do that. So Tua and Tua for your Nefer Medu and for your consistency. So yes, Hotep. All right, and I would like to also just give a shout out to Black Alucard for going through with the KHERU on the website, choosing a tier. So Henu, great brother, Black Alucard for doing that. Lisa, Tua for joining the KHERU, and Tanya as well. Tua, Henu to all of you. And also we'll give a shout out and a Henu to Bella for supporting as well through the website. So Tua and Henu to everyone who are utilizing our platforms and joining in on the KHERU, the great members of the House of Aten. Just reminder everyone who is already a part of the membership to go to the website and choose your tier, and then once you choose it, I'll go in and change in the back end your renewal date for whatever it is that you are already established for. So everyone, please go in and do that so we can begin to transition everyone over and update and get with the new system. So Tuan Henu, and yes, appreciate all the lovely support. houseofaten.org. Go get your merch. I'm working on bringing forth it to be a shop here on YouTube, so you'll also see it here, but there's a whole nother section that I have to do to get that to work on this side, but I have it on Facebook and Instagram. It's on there, the link tree. So all of these places you can shop for the House of Aten. You can go to the shop and you can share on your Facebooks, do all of that, share and help to get this out there. So yes, and with that, we can begin our closeout, and yes, I'll start. So Tua, Hotep Henu, Ma'akaru, to all the great Meru, all the great KHERU, who just helped to establish our monument here at the House of Aten. I'm so thankful and grateful for each and every person who plays a part. For those of you who are in the chat and share the channels and help to put this out there and comment in our comment section, and all that helps. All of it helps, and I truly appreciate each and every one of you for that. Tua, for your attention on this class. Without your attention, this does not exist. Tua for your time. And Henu for everyone who is walking in Ma'at daily and doing their studies, taking in the teachings and applying them. And with that, Sekim M. Ardit, Murder Ka'a, Simu Hatu Natiru, Pert Ent Hetep. I obtain the power to do what pleases my Ka. May the hearts of the Natiru lead me. I come forth in peace. Hotep.
Peace and love. To you again, Ani. Appreciate your wonderful consistency in Ma'at. Shouts out to Neferkep Red for definitely supporting your Jed and helping you out in any way that she can that sustains you, great brother. So Henu to her as well. Peace and love to the wonderful Menkhu Ra. Peace and love to the great ATEF Rem Kim Maat. Appreciate y'all, great brothers. Appreciate you too, Anu, for getting your moderating on. Appreciate you, great brother. HOA. Everybody be peace. Everybody have that peace. Keep that peace. Stay focused. Continue to do all what you do. May Ra grant you and your family's health and prosperity. May your monument be established on the foundations of Ma'at, and may you all rise and come forth as conscious light, like the divine Ra, who rise and shine forevermore, Ma'at. Hotep, peace and love.
Peace, peace. Hotep, Henu, to the chat. Peace and love to the great brothers on the panel for your strength and dedication. Kes to you, Ani, for another wonderful, powerful, life-giving build. So important that we are consistently stepping out of the light, stepping out of the darkness and into the light, and stepping out of the matrix and stepping into Ma'at. So Tua for your diligence and taking your time with this beautiful teaching. And that I will close with this adoration to Tehuti. Come to me, Tehuti, O noble Ibis, come to me and give me counsel to make me skillful in your calling. He who masters it is found fit to hold office. Fate and fortune are to be found with you. Hotep Henu.
Better keep teaching like this. You yo.
Hotep, peace and love. Peace and love to everybody in the chat. Come join us. Check out this House of ATEN store. Go pick up your merch, brick by brick. Y'all see what we doing over here. Hotep, peace and love. Go check out. I put the link in the chat. I wanted to give Minty. She said where she's going to be streaming. Gentle reminder. She said I will be streaming live Medu Neta Mural next Saturday. Right here on this channel, right, Ani?
No, we haven't established that.
Okay.
And then Saturday, I know it's the pod class, so we don't want to do that. But I would love for Minty to get her, because she's pretty good on Instagram, and just let's promote your Instagram and get people over there and join in on your Instagram. That'd be excellent.
Hotep, peace and love. Anyway, come join us. House of ATEN, back to the source with the original Axemen. We can't be stopped. The material exists. Check out that merch. I see what we're doing over here. So we appreciate all the love and support from all our supporters and the consistency. Henu to our great Saba Tehuti, Amen Hotep Ra. Henu to you, great brother Tehuti, Ani, Fatah, Tehuti. That was a powerful build, great brother. Henu to you, great brother Menkhu Ra Meri Ma'at. Henu to you, great brother Primordial Thought. Henu to everybody in the chat. Henu to Black Alucard. Isn't it time for his rent? And we getting close, brother. My brother should be receiving his rent soon, so definitely be on the lookout for that. Henu to you, great brother. With that, we will close Nefer class. This is a 4-hour class of nothing but building, no arguing, no isfat, just straight knowledge. House of ATEN, Back to the source. We the original Axemen. Come join us. We can't be stopped. And with that, we will close as we open with our beautiful affirmation. Otep Henu. From today's teachings, O you 8 infinite ones, an infinite number of infinite ones, who encircle the sky with your arms, who draw together the sky and horizon of Geb. Shu has given you birth out of the flood, out of the waters, out of chaos, out of darkness, that he might allot you to Geb and Nut, while Shu is eternal recurrence, and Tefnut is eternal sameness. I am the Ba of Shu, who is at the great flood, who goes up to the sky as he wishes. I shine, I go in, and I come to life. I am in the Uajit, my seat on my throne. I sit in the pupil of the eye. By it, I am Heru, traveling millions of years. I have commanded my seat. I rule it by my mouth, speaking and silent. I maintain an exact balance. Unki and Maat, Un in S, Nintet or Set in Maat, Menhapapet in Maat, Her in UQE, Her Iku. I live for Maat. I exist within her. I do not speak in the place of Maat. Every day I advance towards Maat. My being is surrounded in darkness. I come forth as conscious light. Otep.
I don't play with pseudos.
Open your eye in alignment with time and you'll see the truth like it's a physical thing. From the darkness I arise, so it's not a surprise when you learn of the light that I bring.
Yo, let's go.
Closed my eyes, then I woke up back in my bed. I could see my room as clear as looking through a lens. See, I thought I was awake, so then I tried to move, but my body shocked me like I was plugged in a socket. I started panicking and scrambling within my mental. I thought I died and now my body, I'm forever locked in. I was screaming, help me, someone help me please. But there wasn't any sound making it through my teeth. I could see movement in motion, shadows gather around me. How could I close my eyes already closed? Eating alkaline at this time, fasting reads so shocking. I was stuck in a paralysis, it had me froze. It's time to shed. It's time to shed. I heard a voice in the back of my head. Rebirth, it's time to shed. It's time to shed. It's time to shed. I heard a voice in the back of my head. Rebirth, it's time to shed. I finally started waking up and coming back. I was in the opposite of state's effect. That's relaxed, I grabbed my phone and started to do research. Knowledge of what happened, I was in a lack. Insidious, the movie came direct to mind. Every time I've seen this, it was connected to what's not divine. Demons crawling forcefully, holding the body down. Ain't no point in trying to scream, you will not make a sound. Deep within, I knew I made that a reality. The all is mine, I saw it, and so shall it be. I start replacing fear with knowing universe is mental. Talking to my subconscious to wake me up in dreams. Then one day my spirit guides came in so essential. Daylight's astral playing loud in my dream helped to set me free. I'm back in paralysis laying on my couch. But this time I was calm, ready to exit out. It's time to shed. It's time to shed. I heard a voice in the back of my head. Rebirth, it's time to shed. It's time to shed. It's time to shed. I heard a voice in the back of my head. Rebirth, it's time to shed. From what I read, I need to move my arms in front of me. See a rope and pull it, separate and then release. Now I'm out, I see my house is gleaming, I accept it. Looking in the mirror, staring at my car's reflection. I was so ecstatic, flying in every direction. This was months of subconscious reprogramming and redirection. Place my thoughts in my body, wake up, that's what I did. I was reborn from that day so I could start to live. It's time to shed. It's time to shed. I heard a voice in the back of my head. Rebirth, it's time to shed.